Preparing to live stream the meeting. All right. Well, I guess I do still have that shared up there because it's on the YouTube. Just a minute. Okay. Okay, so I got to do kind of a reintroduction here. All right, so welcome to today's Hoof Chat. What I'd like to, where we definitely want to do some hoof evaluations, and uh, anybody that's here, you first come, first serve and stuff. So, uh, let me get a piece of paper and a pencil. Just a minute here to write down. Okay, just a minute. Okay, who, is there anybody here that wants a hoof evaluation, wants your horse's feet looked at, wants to discuss your horse's feet today?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
Rachel.
Rachel. Hi, Rachel. I
Hello.
don't have the thing on, so I can't tell who's talking here. Just a
Gotcha.
second here. Okay. Well, and if everything goes right, I'm going to go see Rachel in a week or two.
Yay.
Yay. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm looking at this picture of your baby here on the screen.
Hmm.
Man, what color? I mean,
Yes,
that
he's
is so,
almost white right now.
and boy, he's got some chrome, don't he?
Yes. Yep.
Man, he is beautiful. And that mare, she's just beautiful
Thank you.
stuff. Well, I can't wait to see him in person,
Yeah.
you know, and stuff. And so excited about being able, well, I'm so excited about me um seeing this stuff happening to my horse's foot. And so I'm just really excited to be able to come share some things with you that'll be able to help you get that. And what I'm hoping is
Absolutely.
I'll be able to show you some things and then we will video you doing it and we will be able to share that to help other people.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, let's see here. All right. So, do, 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 do. Where am I going to start? Okay. So, anybody else? Sherry, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, it takes me a
Okay.
minute to unmute
Um,
it.
oh, that's
Um,
okay.
well, I have the next few hours off, so I might take some pictures
Okay.
while we're while if you don't do me first. I have one
Okay.
more foot to trim. I'm going to do that during the call, and
Okay.
I'll take some pictures and we can talk about them afterwards if there's anything you think I should do.
Okay. That sounds great. Got you on the list here.
Okay.
Okay. And of course, and Elena and I have something important to talk about that we were talking about this morning, but I had to leave
Yes, it's okay.
and stuff. Sorry about that. I couldn't get back with you.
Don't worry.
Uh,
We will
wound
have
up,
stuff.
yeah, I just wound up having a really great time with my son and stuff before he had to go to work. And
Good.
then I'd like to say hi to Amy. Hi, Amy. How are you? Can you hear me?
Hello, yeah,
Good. Now, Amy, what's your last name?
Henderson.
Okay, have I talked to you before?
No, I literally just found this course and everything about 2 days ago, so
Oh,
very new.
wow. Okay. Well, we sure want to welcome you,
Th-
and
Thank you.
if if we can help you with anything, please don't hesitate to ask. My message thing is always open,
Awesome.
you know, and step and we have a lot of testimonies from people that have been through the ringer. I don't know what your story is, but we've all got stories and stuff. And anyway, welcome. And if you like us and you wind up staying, perhaps you'll want to tell us your story too, and tell us about your horse and what
Definitely.
you're looking for. Okay,
Awesome. I'll have to get some pictures of him.
okay, that'd be awesome. Okay, well, Amy, nice to meet you.
You too.
Okay, so I got Elena. Kathy, which Kathy is this? Do I know Kathy? Kathy's iPhone? Hi, Kathy. She left. Kathy? I wonder what happened to her. Maybe she accidentally.
Sorry. I was trying to
Oh,
get unmuted and I kept getting the wrong thing kept coming up. I'm like, what is it
yeah, I
doing?
can see us struggling with that phone. Gosh darn it.
Yeah.
And stuff. Okay, Kathy. Kathy, have I spoken to you before?
Oh yes.
Okay, which
I have
Kathy are you?
I have Chance, the foundered pony.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, that's
Yeah.
right. All right. So
I haven't been busy, and so I haven't been able to do the last few Hoof chats, and then you've been occupied as well. So it's been a while since a little bit
okay.
here.
Well, I got a video to show today of me trimming my pony.
Oh, good.
Okay. Which my pony is a long story, as is Kathy's pony. And many people that have had ponies that have been trimmed into mechanical laminitis by either a farrier or by barefoot trimming. Now I did it to my own pony when I was following those principles. Okay, and so it's taken me a number of years to really understand what happened to that foot to now start to be able to undo it. Because what we discovered was as you trim the heels out, the horse don't want to have his foot down. So that foot wants to be up, and everything, the cartilage, the fat, everything is pulling up, 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 including the tendons, ligaments, the works. And so you lower the heels and it forces the foot down, but the foot, you got a 1,200-pound horse and there's a lot of pressure there on a little shell. That hoof capsule is just a little shell. And so that foot's going to stand up anyway if it can. And a lot of time, and so what we found out it does is it literally takes the sidewall and curls it around in towards the frog and makes its own heel. See? And that way it supports that foot up in the air. And so it can almost turn a foot inside out. The heels can curl in so far, they can curl halfway into the foot, that much to where finally you have a foot that's only half the size it should have been. And it can even look like heels. They look like heels, but it's really not. It's the sidewall. Okay, case in point, kind of an example. Has anybody ever seen a farrier take off pretty good ring of foot, like from heel to heel all the way around with nippers, nip a whole chunk off, like it's about a half an inch thick? Is it everybody's pretty much seen a piece of hoof wall like that, right? Well, okay, when that thing starts to dry up, what's it do? It curls in, right? Well, guess what? Come to find out, the real foot can do the same thing and you don't even know it's happening. Happens so gradually over time, and the foot gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And some horses, they'll look like they have like a low hairline and 30-degree angle, but a lot of horses, their foot just keeps raising up and keeping the hairline up while the whole sides of the hoof whorl are curling in and being diminished, because as soon as that wall curls in and gets trimmed out and covered up, it quits growing. So they can have corium that is wrapped up into their foot that isn't growing what it's supposed to grow. And the heels that you're looking at are in reality sidewall that was in front of the real heel. So this is an epidemic. Okay, so let's see. Okay, and I want to say hi to Linda with a Y. Want to say hi to Linda with the Y. And Linda, how's your
I Linda with an I.
how's your horse doing?
Oh, he's doing okay. I'm there. I literally just dashed home from the barn to make sure that I was here for the Zoom call. So I cleaned it this morning and put the boot back on. So I'm keeping it clean, right?
Okay.
So
Okay. That's good. Well, we're glad that you're here.
yeah, me too. Thanks, Linda.
You bet. And of course, I have to say hi to my other hoof half, which is Angeliki over there in Greece, the
Hi,
cradle of
everybody.
democracy.
I
Hi.
hope you had a very, very nice Easter time,
I
everybody.
I did. I sure did. Nothing bad happened. It
I'm very
rained.
happy to be here again.
Hey, we are glad to have you always and stuff. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for your friendship and your encouragement. I'd have given up a long time ago. So you're of vital importance to me, my friend. Okay, I'd like to say hi to Cindy Johnson. Hi, Cindy. Can you hear me? Wonder if Cindy's looking for the mute button. Everybody does that. Up, here I am. Here I am. Okay, and I'm going to say hi, Tiffany. I want to make sure I see you there. I see Marilyn. You know who I feel like? Who does that?
Miss
I
Molly, romper room.
Yes, romper room. Oh my gosh, I can't believe who said that.
Me, Tiffany.
Well, how you're too young to know about romper room.
I present young, but I'm old.
Well, you do. You carry your age well, my friend.
Thank you.
That's funny, romper room. Yeah, I was thinking, I was trying to remember where that was, and I was just about to think romper room, and you said it. That's funny. Okay, and I want to say hi to Marilyn. All
Hi,
right. Hey, how you doing, Marilyn? How's Dolly?
Dolly's doing well, and I didn't realize there was a new link. I spent 45 minutes trying to get into this thing and tearing my hair out. My computer is in the computer hospital, and I'm trying to use my husband's, and he didn't have
Oh,
Zoom installed, so I learned how to do that. I'm so glad I'm here finally.
oh, me too. I'm glad you're here too. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you.
Well, the laptop is very ill. I hope not terminally ill, but it's not looking good. We've got a new hard drive, and they're
Not
reinstalling
looking
Windows,
good.
and oh my.
Oh, I know how that is with these computers. I'll tell you what. I've gone through a few. Well, okay. Well, hey,
Hi,
everybody.
Linda.
Oh, hi,
This is
Cindy.
sorry, I couldn't find the button.
That's funny. See, I need to say hi to everybody just so you guys can get so you can find a button. You
I'm
know
here
what
too,
I mean?
Linda. Linda, I'm here too.
Hi, Dodie.
Hi, Linda.
I see you, my good friend. I this is the thing. What's gone on with our horses is a terrible thing, but it has brought me to meet the most best and wonderful people that I just dearly, dearly love. And I wouldn't trade that for anything. So anyway, okay, well, I think I've said hi to everybody, but except for I can't remember now about who was iPhone. Who was that? It anyway,
Bert,
if
it's Berta.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm on the other phone. I can't. This other one's a mess.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
that's great. Well, how's Cheyenne doing today?
she's doing great.
Really?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Well, I want to be able to share the trim that we did on her
Okay.
and stuff. I finally got brave. I got to tell you folks, it's not easy telling people what to try and do
Mm-mm.
because because I have this thing that I don't want to do anything that would possibly even close to make their horse worse, you know? And so sometimes, but what I'm finding is uh, that some things I need to be a little braver in that area myself because I found that out with Roberta and stuff because I've been looking at the toe on that horse, on her horse who has been foundered and rotated. I've been looking at it for a long time trying to decide the best route to take because see, having had a foundered pony and having seen so many rotated horses and knowing that if you don't deal with that toe right, you can have an utter disaster. And I mean like if you try and make those feet look like a normal foot when they're not, okay, by rasping everything down and around, you can screw up that connection between, well, the white line connection, you know, usually it's all stretched and there's separation between the dorsal wall and the inner foot, and you get a laminar wedge in there. And but yet that laminar wedge usually is attached to the sole, and that laminar wedge, even though it may look terrible and the toe is kind of funky and flared and long and stuff, that's holding that sole to the wall and then the wall to the foot. And so that sole to wall connection is vital. It is more vital than making the foot look like it's normal. Because if you go in there and you just rasp off that what looks like a flare and you rasp into that sole and you make that foot look kind of like it's normal, well, if you destroy that adapted connection between the sole and the wall, this is where you get these horses where their heels grow, seem to grow normal, but the wall seems to almost stop growing. But then it starts to get, well, let me draw something here. Just a minute here. I'm just going to draw it on here. Just a second. Let me, well, oh, here. I actually have an example. Just a second here. Where am I? Oh, there I am. I'm going to put myself, I'm going to pin myself up there, and I'm going to share that. Okay. Okay. When you destroy the sole and wall connection, let me get a shoe to show an example. Because actually, I have some old shoes here that are falling apart, so they'd be a good. Oh yes, here you go. And where are you? Just a second here. I'll be right back. Okay, so let's see here. Get this. Okay, so the sole here is connected to the wall by the white line, Now there's the inside. Now the hoof capsule comes off all in one piece. And so the sole and the wall are connected by the white line here. It's a type of glue. Like, let's see here. I got the correct thing to show you here. Okay, so here's an inner foot right here, and there are these real thin lamina leaves. It'd be like okay, like if you could perfectly well, they're thinner. Okay, I'm trying to think of, okay, so you know, okay, tissue paper. All right, they're thinner than tissue paper, and there's like on this side there'd be at least 100, if not more, and that's the lamina leaves. I'm trying to see if I have that. Might look better there. Okay, this piece here. Okay, there would be a bunch of leaves right here, and then those are connected to these in, let's see here. I need a flashlight. Hold on. Okay, see those lamina in there, the very innermost lamina? So those are interconnected with the lamina on the foot. And then so the wall grows down from the coronary band here. It attaches to the lamina. So this would be the sensitive lamina because these are soft tissues. But then these lines in here, that's the insensitive lamina of the hoof capsule. And so they connect together like that. And the ones on the foot are stationary and they're always the same and they always stay there. But the ones on the hoof capsule, they're what's called dovetailed. So like this would be the foot right here. Okay. And this would be the ones from the hoof capsule right here. And so these come down and they slide down like that. They slide down. Like here's this. So they slide down, slide down. That's the hoof capsule. This stays on the foot and the hoof capsule is dovetailed and it slides down as it grows. And so then when it gets to, let me find something here. It slides down, and when it gets to right here, this is where the sole corium starts right here. It doesn't start under here. It starts, the wall grows down attached to the lamina, sensitive lamina, insensitive lamina, this is called, like sheets of paper stuck together. Starts growing here, grows down to here. Right here, there is a type of corium that makes rubber cement, biological rubber cement, yellow rubber cement. It's yellow and it is literally just like rubber cement. You know how when you use rubber cement, it's not supposed to ever really get super, super hard. It kind of stays rubbery. Okay, so what that does is this lamina here on this hoof capsule, this lamina here on this hoof capsule, I don't know if you can see that. Anyway, kind of. That lamina, okay, when it grows down there, well, then it injects glue. It injects this glue into this lamina. See, now you can see some of the lamina kind of right here as it grows, because, you know, it'll grow past the sole. And so it injects glue into the lamina and it joins the sole to the lamina of the hoof capsule because the sole itself does not have lamina leaves. Okay, it's just got sole tubules and stuff. But there is a type of corium here that injects a biological rubber cement into the insensitive lamina of the hoof capsule that binds the sole of the capsule and the wall together just like a shoe. Okay? And it is literally just like a shoe. Now here's a shoe. Okay? Now this would represent the top of the hoof capsule. You know, this part here. Put it here. This part here. Here's the sole. Of course, what represents our sole here? Okay, now we know that when we have shoes made, they're going to do two things. One, they will stitch. They can stitch the sole on. But another thing, on these kind of shoes, what do? They glue them, right? They glue them. Well, in a foundered horse that is rotating, that is developing a laminar wedge, if you that foot does everything to try and hold on to the sole. That's why the laminar wedge develops, and it keeps a hold of the sole and the wall and the foot and tries to hold it all together. So then the toe will start going like this and moving out there a little bit. Well, then people don't like that. So they want to make it look normal. So the farrier comes in, he wraps it down and molds it, makes it look like a normal foot when it's not, because it's got this big, huge wedge inside of it with wall separation. Like, okay, so if this was the foot, let me find something here. Say this is the wall here. Okay, now when you trim the back of the foot out here, okay, it pulls all this cartilage down and shoves it into the foot, which shoves it this joint forward, which rotates this toe down and back like that, like that. But the wall is going like this. So what happens is you start getting this number. And as the wall starts separating, it starts the lamina, this sensitive lamina here. You see how thin and narrow it is in this good foot here? That up there. Need to get it straight. There we go. Oh, now we're getting somewhere we can really see. Okay, so these little lamina leaves get wider. The foot starts making them wider. And so they fill up, they get wider and they grow to hold on to the foot. Instead of being real narrow and just dispersed into here, they start getting wider so that they fill up that gap in there. Like that. And the sole, they're holding on to the sole as well. And so the sole and the toe and the wall can be clear out like that. And you could pick up the foot and you could even look underneath, and the sole could be stretched clear out to here a lot of times. Now what's happening is this foot does this to try and for the horse's survival. See, for the horse's survival, to try and hold the foot together, because once the connection between the sole and the wall is lost, then what you have is this kind of deal. You have this, it's no longer attached. And so it's still growing down. It's still growing down, but it is not attaching to the sole. See? And so it starts to do this number. You know, the horse is pressing down. See, the horse's foot is standing on here and pressing down on the sole, and the wall is growing. But since the wall can't connect to the sole and then grow past the sole and down, it starts to get pushed up like that. As it grows, it gets pushed up. And so that's when you get that right there. Now, I want you to look at the growth rings in the heels. Here, I'm going to mark them. See, the growth rings would be about like that. Let me see. Wait a minute. Okay, but what are the growth rings like here? See how they are totally smashed together? See, they should be like, oh, this ain't the best example here. This ain't the best example here, but here, you got, see a growth ring is the same width as the coronary band groove. From here to here is the width of a growth ring. And so it should be the same width from here to here. Here would be the next growth ring, like right here. Okay, see how it's the same going all the way up around into the toe here. Drawing it. Okay, so the growth rings supposed to be the same width, like this, like this, like this. And of course, you know, they grow out first at the heel, they stay in more at the toe. So that's the way they should be around the whole thing. But they can't do that when you got a 1,200-pound horse standing on the sole, and the wall will no longer grow down and attach itself to the sole. Oops. So what happens? The wall is still growing, but it's not attaching. So it starts lifting up. Well, first of all, it'll start growing out this way, and then it'll start compressing. And these growth wings get narrower and narrower and narrower, like what you have here. See, let me draw on this. Hold on, I'm going to draw it. See there? How that works? So what we have to do when we have a horse like this um, is figure out a way, because another thing that happened is the front of that horse's foot is stuck here in the coronary band, right? And the back of the foot wants to come up, but the front of the foot is pushing down. That's when you see these horses, they got half their coffin bone wore off. We have a pony on there now that somebody just put on the last couple of weeks. That what happens is these horses begin to knuckle over because they're actually standing on their tiptoe. The capsule may look flat. Of course, this one don't. You know, that's screwed up. But it can look almost flat because somebody's rasped it to look flat. But the horse is not standing like that. He's really standing on his tiptoe within the capsule. Let's see if I can make that. See, there'd be a laminar wedge in there. Okay, so why did I get on this subject? Anyway, because we need to know this stuff. We need to know how these toes get so messed up. And of course, this toe on this horse was growing way the heck out here as well. And they just kept chopping off the toe. This horse here, now I have a coffin bone from it somewhere. What it was there's a farmer out here, and he had several horses that were severely foundered for a very long time, and he would not put them down. Best thing he could have been to do was put them down, but so they were out there for several years, and I was going by. Well, a couple years ago, I went by there, and I noticed they weren't there anymore. Then I went by this place where there was a bunch of trees, and it's right next to the road, and I saw the skeleton of the horse. So I went in there and I got this foot. Now, see how the sole is not connected? Okay. And look too how the heels are curled in. See, that was part of the problem there as well. And of course, that isn't even real heel, probably. So you can see that the wall cannot go down and connect to that sole. And that is why that foot grew like that. So anyway, so I wound up getting this foot, and I got a horse's skull as well. Poor horse though. Let me look over here and see if I got the cock. Bones.
Imagine the poor person that walked up on that corpse and it had its feet and head cut off.
See that? I bought this. I bought this. And I lost it. And I was so angry. I thought somebody stole it. I thought I took it outside. One of these yahoos we have come over here and do work on occasion. I thought somebody stole that thing. I am so happy. What is this? This is a bar and soul rasp. Woohoo! Cost me 40 some bucks. I was pretty disappointed when I couldn't find it. I just found it in my box of bones. Ah! Wow. Well, I'm so blessed. Woohoo! Okay. So, okay. Now, look here. Here is the rear foot to the same horse. So here's the front foot. If it's metabolic, why don't the rear feet founder like the front feet do? See, it's because the front feet heels are even more vital. And when you start lowering those heels in the front feet, it tends to lead to mechanical laminitis. I am so happy. I found that thing. I can't believe it. Woo-hoo. But what a difference. Look here.
Linda, Chance has foundered on his back feet as well as his front feet. Usually it's not as bad as what the front feet are.
Hey, could you guys hear me? Because I forgot to put my earphones back on. Did you hear anything of what I was saying?
It was a little dim, but we heard you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Okay. Did you hear all that I was saying?
Yes, we heard all you said.
Oh, thank God. I'd hate to have to go through that again.
But what I was saying is that Chance has foundered on his back feet as well as his front feet.
Okay.
It's usually not as bad.
Mm-hmm.
But he's done it at least twice.
Okay. Well, see, my pony did too.
Yeah.
Because I was really good at trimming the heels out of her, So, but not as bad as the fronts.
Well, and Chance is very metabolic. He's both Cushing's and insulin resistant. So
yeah, and I'm not saying that doesn't happen and can't happen. Okay, but I know that if that is going on and you have the mechanical aspect, and sometimes they go hand in hand, and
well,
it's
and
like
I think a metabolic horse can't tolerate their heels being trimmed out as well as a horse is not metabolic because their lamina are stronger than a horse
absolutely,
that's got just metabolic. Yeah.
yeah. I believe the same thing. God, I feel stupid for not having this headphone on. Kind of remember what I went to do, why I didn't have them on. So this is, if I'm a little goofy, all right, this is my second day of fasting. I haven't had anything to eat. Because I'm fasting to get rid of inflammation, because I got a real problem with it. Probably from being gluten intolerant. I don't know.
It works. Keep it up.
Oh, have you done it?
I have, yes.
Really? How long did you go?
I think the longest I've gone is 5 days. And the reason why and always initially plan to do 3 days and then it's 3.5 days. And it's usually on the third day, I start feeling really good. I like the way my brain feels, and I don't want to stop the feeling of how that feels, but I also want to eat. I
Yeah.
also want to eat.
Okay.
But I really enjoy so if you just can stick with it for one more day, it'll start to feel really good.
Okay.
How your brain feels. Yeah.
Okay. The longest I've gone is 3 days. 3 days, and I felt great, and stuff. So yeah, so I really want to be successful. Someday I'd like to do one of those 10 dares, but I'll just go for at least 3. If I can do 3, I will be so happy because every time I've done it, my joints quit aching, you know. I felt not as bloated. It's just been really great. But anyway, I am drinking coffee though. So, may
That's
have the
okay.
Java, maybe job out here.
I have done the 10 days at one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How was that?
I lost a good bit of weight.
Uh-huh.
But it was, you get totally detoxed, and like you said, I was much younger when I did it, but
Okay.
inflammation and everything, I felt great. It's that getting started back eating after 10 days too. You have to be really, really careful when you do that, because you really want to eat, but then you've really got to go slow and eat really easy to digest things and get yourself back on track to eating. So, but
Okay. Well, thank
I've
you for
never
that.
done it again, and I don't know that I would.
Okay. Well, the worst diet thing advice I ever took was some gal. She had a diet called the Eat Like a Bear. Okay, and so she advised that you do this fast, and then you just eat like a pig. All right. I never been so sick in my life. Like not eat like a pig, but eat like a bear, and you just eat this really huge meal once a day. And man, that was not the answer. So anyway, all right. Well, anyway, sorry to get off into that, but I'm trying to I need to fix my okay, there we go. Fixing my camera. All right, so are you kind of understanding what I'm saying about how the sole connects to the hoof wall and how they have to be connected together, or what happens is, the horse is still standing on there. The wall, I mean, it's not exactly like a shoe, but it is similar. Okay, the horse is standing on the sole, okay, and the wall is growing, but it's going like this as it grows. Of course, a shoe doesn't grow like a hoof wall does, but this is what starts happening. See, it's growing, but it can't go down and out like that. So instead, it starts doing this. Okay. Alrighty. Well, all right. I need to just have a little drink of my coffee here. Okay, so I wanted to explain that today. Um, Now I'm going to be able to demonstrate, now that I've found this rasp, which makes me so happy. I'm going to be able to demonstrate that. I've never actually used one myself, but I always thought it would work good. Get in here, get the bar. Of course, it's not going to work on this, but oh, it's working. Look there. It's working. Taking that sole out. See there? That's pretty good. Okay. All right. Well, okay, so next on the agenda here, now that we're understanding more about why it's so vital for me to turn this phone off. Just a minute. There we go. Got rid of them. Okay, so now we're going to go over to this whole thing about the central sulcus, and I'm going to show you pictures of my horse's foot. And if we have time today, we're going to watch the trim that I did on the pony. But I want to go through my horse's foot first so that you can see, because see, it's interesting between the pony and Valor. And of course, over my time, I have done some other horses too, but not like when I was a little bit younger. At one time, I had about 13 or so that I was doing rather regular. And I've had some that I've been doing as long as I've been doing mine for 18 years, but several of them passed away. I still have one that's a Morgan that I'm still trimming. So I have had some experience trimming other horses. But even though I myself have not trimmed, hundreds of horses over a lifetime, I've helped people trim horses, and we have gathered that information. So it's almost like I'm trimming them myself. Um, and it's even better because let's say I was just a trimmer, and so I go out there, I trim the horse. I'm not there to watch every move and to remember everything I did, and probably wouldn't take pictures. In this case, we have owners who have also become researchers, and every single person, they have become a case study. And the thing that is different about what we do is that all these horses, we have followed them for years to see how, first of all these people had farrier trims, or barefoot trimming, either having a barefoot trimmer or learn to barefoot trim themselves like I did, and do as bad, if not worse. So there you go. And so we've all been through that to then come to try and find together what the truth is about these feet. And so this is an ongoing process. This is definitely not any kind of a cookie cutter thing. Even though we have a general anatomical mapping to help you kind of learn to trim and get parts of the foot within boundaries, okay, that is general ballpark information. The only thing that really helps you trim correctly, because most trimming, unfortunately, is going to be corrective trimming to try and restore the foot to what it was meant to be. And so we had to know, well, what was the foot meant to be to begin with? You know, so it's been taken a few years to even discern what that is. And that is a combination of what we see in domestic horses, understanding foot distortion, dissections, which dissections can deceive you because when a hoof capsule distorts, it also distorts the inner foot. And a lot of distortions, people don't even know are distortions. They just think that's the way the foot is supposed to be. And so it's been a combination of trial and error, and many people watching their horses and seeing what their horses were like without heels, and then what how to restore the heels, which actually restored the whole anatomy of the back of the foot up to its rightful position. And then also, now that there are so many wild horse advocate groups and photographers on Facebook and on the internet, we have real-time pictures of what wild horse, quote, natural feet are really like, and they have heels. See, it isn't like what people were led to believe when the natural hoof care movement first started. And there would have been no room for the natural hoof care movement if there wasn't a big hole in farriery to begin with. See, so anyway, and of course we've studied the history of that going back to the first vet schools, and dear Philip Lafosse, which I found an English translation of his book. And it's not in French, it's in English, where he talks about why you should trim the heels out of horses. And he was the one that started this belief back in 1754 when he wrote his book. And then and all the farriers at the time refuted it, because it was believed and known that horses should have heels for 2,000 years till he came along. Okay, and ever since then, there's been nothing but problems, early onset of lameness, numerous foot diseases and all that. Okay, so we're just going to take a look here at this whole central sulcus thing, and where what the true foot is of the horse is, again, where the frog should be. And then I'm going to show you the pictures from last trim and how I way trim that frog down and what it's done in the meantime. Okay, so this is where we're going, so don't let me get distracted. All right, so let's see here. Where do I want to go? Okay, so share. We're going to go here. Okay, so let me look up this other picture first. Got to look up those central sulcuses to show you the difference. So you know that I'm just not some crazy person if you haven't heard about this before. Okay, let's see here. Look under C, just A, B, C, D. I got so many pictures. Okay, here we go. We're going to go through this. Share. Okay, so if you were wanting to study hoof anatomy and you start looking on the internet, you're going to find stuff like this. Okay, now notice this right here, central sulcus. And look where it is, down in the center of the foot. See there? Okay. Now look at this one. Here we're going to go again. Central sulcus, down in the center of the foot. Why is it that we got to look at drawings is what I want to know. You know, because that's even in the best books, they don't have a picture. They have a drawing. Okay, central sulcus of the frog. There we go. Right here, little diamond looking thing. Here's another picture. Central sulcus of the frog. Look where the bulbs are, back here. See how this is right down here in the center of the frog? Here we go again. Central sulcus of the frog. In the center of the frog. Look at, I want you to see the way this is curled around here too, because this has something to do with it as well. The way this one's drawn, the way they have it curled. Here we go again. Central sulcus of the frog, way down underneath the frog here. Okay, now, here's the thing. That's a distortion. And they have made it into being a part of the anatomy. Bracy Clark said that in his interpretations and dissections that he did, he was deceived because he was deceived by the foot, because what he thought was the natural foot was in truth a deformed foot. That ain't exactly how he said it, but he said it deceived him in all his first experiments, and it embarrassed him and deceived him. Well, guess what? And he said it did his predecessors as well. They were looking at deformed feet, thinking that was the way the foot was. Okay, well, this is epidemic in hoof care. They look at deformities and they have made it a part of what the anatomy is supposed to be, when that isn't what the anatomy is supposed to be at all. So, like here, you see on this foal's foot, like this here, this is an undeformed inner foot. The hoof capsule and the heels on this particular horse were in pretty pristine condition, especially the heels. Now I want you to look at the place from where the frog grows. It's not pushed up here in the center of the foot. It's way at the back of the foot here. Okay, and we'll look at a foal's foot, and you see that a foal foot is the same. There's a sulcus, but it goes up behind the foot, between the bulbs, and in the back of the foot. It is not in the center of the frog. How does this wind up here? It winds up here when you trim the heels out, because it pulls the whole back of the foot down and it shoves the whole frog corium forward. And that is what makes what looks like a central sulcus, but it is a distortion from either incorrect wear, over wearing of the heels, or over trimming of the heels. And again, we have this wonderful wild example that shows you that the horse basically grows his own shoe when everything is right. See? So you don't see them looking like this very often. Now, you can have a foot that is like this, but the walls are just a little longer and the sole has attached to the walls, and it can make it look concave, when in reality, there is a convex ridge of sole here. And so that was another thing that they were wrong about the anatomy on, was the fact that these feet grow, they're not just concave. They grow a convex rim of sole all around the perimeter of the foot. But sometimes, a lot of times, the very lip of the sole attaches to the wall, since it, well, it is attached to the wall. Since it's attached to the wall that is continually growing, it kind of pulls that sole down and it hides the fact that there is a convex, thick ridge of sole that is at least an inch wide around the perimeter of this foot. It is not concave. It does not get concave till it gets about to here, right underneath the coffin bone. Okay, so what a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful example that is. Okay, so I want to look at a couple more wild feet so that you can see where the frog is really supposed to be. Let's see here. I'm gonna start that and go to wild feet. So just a second here. Okay, well, we can, well, maybe I don't want to look at that one. Now, here, just a minute. Share. Okay, so what we have found, so Angeliki knew a guy named George Malakos over in Greece, and he acquired a young mare, a filly, that had torn half her coffin bone off on a rear foot. They were able to regrow the capsule, and that horse runs and is sound because of the development of the caudal foot back here. Because she still had, what we learned was, you can help these horses that have worn down their coffin bones if you can develop and get the back of the foot right and get the heel apparatus growing correctly in the back of the foot. That is how vital and important the whole back of the foot is. And so we need to have a clear and precise understanding of the whole apparatus of the back of this foot. Now, the central sulcus that we were just talking about, this is where it's supposed to be, not shoved down here in the front of the foot, but that frog is supposed to be extending clear into the back of the foot. And the periopal band, you usually see these big bulbs, it's not supposed to be any wider than your finger. And that frog extends like, and I'm seeing this come to pass on my horses, the bulbs unwrap and uncurl and pull this whole frog back. So okay, so here's our wild horse examples. And like this horse here, I think all of these horses, I don't know about this one, but all of these horses here are, I think, well, this one I know for sure is at the Salt River in Arizona, where the horses spend half the day in the water and half the day in the desert. And they have the most tremendous feet. Now I'm going to annotate on this to show you the heel apparatus and proportions that they have. So the heel on this horse, just a minute here, let's do red. This is the hairline up here. And that heel goes all the way down to there. This would be like the coronary band up here. And this here is heel buttress wall. It is at least a minimum of 2 inches, that's a minimum of 2 inches from here to here. Here's where his heel goes. Just a minute here. Here's the heel. Right there. Now, I showed you on that other foot how with the hoof capsule off of the frog corium, you can see where, let me do pink, where that goes way up like that, and then it goes under the foot like that. See, so this part here is vertical behind the foot, and this is under the foot. And then there's this big chunk of frog that grows in there called the frog stay. So this frog, from up here, high between the bulbs, that'd be right up here, down to here is about 2 inches. This, from the hairline to the end of this horse's heel, is about 2 inches. This part of the frog that is in the back of the foot, right here, you can see in the back of the foot, the bulbs will be clear off the ground. The coronary band will not be any wider than this. The bulb skin is not any wider than that. And what you see like on a horse like this, like his bulbs are up here and the coronary band, okay? And then he's got frog attached to the heel growing all the way down. So the frog is attached, growing right in here, and it attaches to the heel here. And what happens is people mistake when the heels are trimmed out, what happens is when the foot tries to stand back up, that this periopal skin stretches like that, and you get these big wide periopal bulbs, and you only have a little bit of heel, just a little bit of heel buttress. Well, it's not supposed to be that way. The true foot of the horse, the coronary band and the periopal and what they call the bulb is only about that wide. And the frog, okay, the frog is right next to the heel here, growing all the way down, about 1 3/4 right here, about 1 3/4 inches depth of frog in the back of the foot. Now there's about 2 inches here because this little piece here is higher. Your frog is shaped like this in the back. That's if the foot was standing on the ground, we would see this frog in the back of the foot here. And so we will, well, heck, I messed that up because that frog goes clear over to here. See there? Anyway, so this part we see is vertical in the back of the foot. And then underneath the foot, we would see this part of the frog here. And so the frog stay is half vertical and half horizontal and fills up this whole area here, up behind the foot and underneath. And it's called the frog stay. Like the person that named that was Bracy Clark, 1800s vet that did massive research on the foot of the horse. And he named the periopal band. He also named the frog stay. Nobody ever seen it, knew what it was before him. At first, he called it the bolt, the frog bolt. Then why is that? Because wherever it is where the back of that foot is going to stay. Now, this is something you have to remember when you're correcting these feet, that when you get hoof distortion, I just showed you capsules that came off dead horses. Those capsules are meant to support and stabilize these feet. The back 2/3 of the foot is soft cartilage and fat, and it only retains its shape and true form and function by having the correct hoof capsule growing from its true shape and form. So when the heels get overworn, or when you trim them to mimic wear, then it starts to pull down that inner foot and it changes the shape, the form, the position of the internal foot that grows this capsule. And then, because it's growing the capsule, it grows that frog and the heels and the bars from a different position. And then, because it grows it from a different position, and because the capsule is the only thing that maintains the true form, then the capsule then also binds it and holds it in a deformed and distorted position. And so the more growth you have, the more dead growth, the more odd growth, periopal thickness, blah, blah, blah. Well, that foot's going nowhere. That's what that horse will have when he dies. Now, this capsule was meant to grow on and exfoliate and grow off, to constantly be renewed, renewed, renewed. And so horses will naturally, given the weather, time of year, wear their feet different if they're out in nature. Okay, in the winter, like in where I'm from, originally in Wyoming, Montana. Okay, in the winter it's very dry. There we don't have wet snows. Horses in the wild have to travel a long ways to get every bite of grass, things like that. And they wear their heels down and their toes down, and they can wind up with a very small foot. In the spring, when the moisture comes back and more food comes out, they're traveling less, their feet grow more, and then they begin a process of self-trimming. Their quarters will break out, which will allow their foot to stretch. Their toe will grow a little longer, which will put leverage on the front of the foot so that it can pull the back of his foot back up where it's supposed to be and grow some heel back. And they will restore their foot as close as possible to what it's supposed to be when they self-trim. So what we're doing here is getting an understanding of all these different things so that we can look at our horse's feet and see how close they are to what they really are supposed to have. We're not trying to give them something they're not supposed to have. We're just trying to follow what we so far understand they already truly have internally, and if at all possible, would be the best for them. See, and so what I found out of my horse after trimming his heels out for 10 years and basically stripping his foot of everything, um, was that even though I did that, what I've seen is all the building blocks for what these feet really are still there in him. And as I would learn something about the anatomy and figure out some way, and he taught me a lot, like I had no idea. I just thought this was a matter of growing heels. Oh, come to find out, guess what? Whole foot gets bound in a smaller capsule. It's like Chinese foot binding, and their foot starts to expand. So uh uh we're also restoring the inner foot to its true and rightful position so that it can correctly grow the right kind of capsule to support it and function with it. Because this frog that it grows is this part of this great function of this suspension system that these horses have. Like, there's this big debate about where does the horse bury his weight? On the wall, on the bars, on the frog. I'm telling you, I don't think there's, from just more and more understanding the greatness of the suspension, simple. suspension system built into these horses, not just into the foot, but then the combination of the ligaments and the tendons, the legs and the joints and the this and the that. Okay, there is such a giving and such a suspension. I just don't know if anything ever bears the full weight of that horse. There is so much suspension built in to this whole thing here. You know, it's amazing. And so when the foot and the heels and the frog and the whole thing is correct, the foot functions properly to help everything on up. Joints, tendons, nerves, legs, elbows, everything. Everything then works together and works as a unit and works and functions properly. But when the heels are trimmed out of the foot, you're taking away a major part of the suspension. Then everything up here has to work harder and has to work in a way it was never, ever intended to. See? And so you're going to wind up with early arthritis. You're going to wind up with all kinds of joint issues, tendon issues, you name it. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so I want to show you this one wild foot so you can get another idea of what this frog is supposed to look like back here. Now again, because I want to remind you this for when I show you my horse's foot, the bulbs are clear up here and the bulb skin is only supposed to be about that wide. The frog, okay, then the frog, you know, here's your heel right here, and here's your frog right next to your heel. And this foot, the frog did not attach to the heel. Okay? But in this foot, the frog did attach to the heel. And so what happens is, this is what happens. Somebody come along, they don't know what they're looking at. They're going to see this frog here almost looks level with the heel, and they're going to think that this horse didn't have any heel. And this was the big mistake made in the barefoot movement and why they want to cut them heels down to nothing and have the bulbs on the ground, because of one man's mistake that he made in looking at one wild horse foot that looked very similar to this and thinking it had no heels and that it was flat as a pancake right across here. See, you got your frog here, you got your heel here. Okay, if you're just to look at this, you'd think he didn't have any heels if you're not used to seeing a foot that has full frog in between those 2-inch heels. Okay, so you could look at that and you could think, well, he's got short heels. No, he's just got a big fat frog in between them. See? Okay, so let's see here. So, you know, these are pictures off of Facebook. And I've collected, I don't know, maybe 500 wild horse hoof pictures off of Facebook and other places on the internet that show horses have a lot of heel. Wild horses have a lot of heel and high hairlines. Okay, so let me show you this one other foot here. Just a second here. My computer says working on it. I get into these photos because I got them stored on other hard drives. Let's see here.
I think what you just said was really, really, really impactful about how they made that mistake of the fat frog misrepresenting the heel height. And that just made a lot of sense to me.
Oh, good, good. I'm glad that you understand that and stuff. Because see, I think it's important that we understand why people think the way they do.
Yeah.
and the decisions that they made, you know. Okay, why am I in the hmm. Oh, okay, I know what it is. I got so many files here that I get a little confused where I'm at and what I'm doing here. Okay. TUVW. There we go. Trying to remember where everything's at. Okay, here we go. New share. Okay, so this soft wild horse. The soft wild horse that was acquired by Pete Ramey, and who's a very nice man, but but when you are programmed to see these feet a certain way, then you can't see what you got. If you see something else and it's not the same, you will miss what's right in front. You can't see the forest for the trees if you didn't know a subject to begin with, and then you get indoctrinated into thinking it's one way when it's really another. It will blind you to what can be right in front of your face. I will give, and well, I'll give you another example of that. See, this is why I said, see, before we ever started the YouTube and stuff, I got on here and there was a couple of people here and I was going on and on about how important it is to seek the truth in everything in your life. You know, because anywhere you don't have the truth, you're going to suffer consequences of some kind. And I gave the example of Flint, Michigan. How long were people drinking water, you know, thinking they were just A-okay when it was killing them? See, we're finding that this stuff goes on all the time. And so it is vital that we know the truth about the foot. Now, look at this wild horse's foot. Now, I just told you that there is no central sulcus. That frog is supposed to be up behind the foot. We've seen it on the internal foot. Okay, now look at how this frog, now I know it's a little blurry, okay, but look at how this frog bulges behind the foot here. Behind, in the back of the foot. This is not periopal skin. This is the frog where the frog is supposed to be. Now, let's see here. See, that's not the foot we want right there. Okay, this is the foot we want. Let me see what else I got here. Okay, here's the front feet off the same horse. Well, look, here's the back foot. Again, look at how that is in the back of the foot. And in the front foot, we can see the same thing. Now, let's look here, just a minute here. Again, understanding and knowing the correct proportions of everything and where everything is supposed to be anatomically. Let's see. Wait a minute here.
Linda, may I
Yeah.
say something here?
Yeah, please.
If we look this hoof, it seems to be very bound, but it is not.
Mm-mm. Nope. Yeah.
And if we are looking, maybe people will be mixed up because now we are in the phase to correct our hoofs, and
Yeah.
we need to get more wider the heels, and to divide the hoof more to the left and right, because if you look at this hoof, seems to be bound, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please find a photo of our hoofs, of Valor's hoof or whatever, to see how the heels and the bulbs are wider, seem to be wider,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
apart.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you look this hoof, which is a good hoof, doesn't look like our hoofs that are in the position of correcting.
Yeah, well, this foot, this foot is from where its environment. This was off a 3-year-old mare, and it doesn't look like our hooves, but our hooves can come to look similar. And so what we're looking at is the correct placement of the anatomy on these feet. And then,
Exactly.
yeah,
But we need to underline that we seek to arrive to this hoof through the widening of our heels.
yeah, yeah, I'm going to show that on Valor next after I get done explaining what these feet are like and how see, because this horse, the second he got up, he was moving. And so he was constantly wearing down the frog and the different parts so that as his foot grew, the capsule grew with it and then stayed in the correct position. Now, if he would have been in a situation where he either would have overworn his feet or even worse, not worn it much at all, which happens to domestic horses, then the capsule would not expand correctly with the foot because the frog would not wear off correctly. So that happens, But yeah, I'm gonna show this. Then I'm gonna go to Valor's last trim. I should show people too what his foot looked like the last time I barefoot trimmed him, how he had no foot left, you know, and then the difference in it today. So I'll probably do that too. But here you can see that the frog is up behind the foot. Now let's look at the inner foot again, because again, I had to look at these things I've spent thousands of hours just staring at these feet. Not these feet, these are just a set, many feet, many feet, trying to figure out what is the real foot of the horse, what is the true anatomy, how is the hoof cap supposed to go, where is the frog supposed to be, what is their real foot supposed to be like. So let's go look at this here, just a second here. Let's see here if I have another example. Well, here's a wild horse up in Washington that died. Somebody took pictures of its feet. It was on a reservation, just as a matter of interest. Let's see. So these were her front feet. Now, what I find interesting on this horse is how her front feet, the difference between the front and the rears, which kind of explains to me why these front feet founder and rotate so much worse when you're trimming the heels out of them. So these were the rear feet. So you see, they're definitely built different than the front feet, especially, and I mean, they still have a good amount of heel. Okay, but the front feet even more. And I'm seeing even in my own horse that he might have more than 2-inch heels. And his coronary band might be, or the hairline might be a lot higher than what I thought. See, those are both back feet. And you can tell he's worn these back feet some that it's pulled the coronary band down. So that would, and look, see? So he's got some of his own hoof distortion going here anyway, but look at the ground that horse was walking on. So this was some mare that died on a reservation where they have a bunch of wild horses up there in Washington. And I always thought her feet were just very interesting. So it's a comparison of many different kinds of feet, not just these wild feet, but also lots of inner feet and lots of domestic feet, horses that never been trimmed, that were domestic? How did they, you know, how did their feet turn out? Things like that. Okay. But I noticed, well, and you want to look at this here, because when I'm telling you that, let's see, let me put that over there. Okay, so this is that same as the one of the wild feet we were just looking at, not the one where I had the front foot and the back foot of the mare and then the diagram. Okay, so 2 inches up between the bulbs in the very back of the foot. Okay, this is frog right here. This is frog. Your digital cushion is up here. Your digital cushion has to be supported by your frog. And so then when the pastern here, short pastern, long pastern, when it bends down like this, what does it do? It comes down between the cartilages. It presses on this fat cushion in here, the digital cushion, and then it presses down onto this frog. And this frog is designed to just give a little to where it offers constant resistance, but it still gives. So you see, and then you got your deep digital flexor tendon. All this is this amazing suspension, including the joints, just that everything moves, you know? Okay, so let me undo that. And, oops, a second. Okay. Pictures. New share. Okay, so we want to look at this foot again. So that frog, we just looked at that foot where you sped that rear foot and the front foot on that wild mare. 3 years old, died in a cattle guard. So in the winter, so her feet were, in pretty good pristine condition to be collected. And so we saw how that frog bulges out the back of the foot. Okay, well now you can see why, because this all here is frog. Okay, the corium for this is frog. The periopal skin, which I split into this one. You've got two kinds of corium here. You've got frog corium that goes over like this, and then the big chunk of frog that grows in this sulcus. This is a sulcus, but it's not shoved down into the center of the foot. The only time this becomes what they call a central sulcus is when the heels have been trimmed out and all this anatomy is shoved down and forward. Then it begins to look like, well, let's see, like that. See there? Okay, so this here, just a minute. Okay, you see this here? This is supposed to be, first of all, back this way and then up behind the foot, not right here. This little piece right here is what we call the periopal rope, that as all this anatomy is shoved down and under the foot, the periopal starts to stitch together and it will grow over the whole frog to try and hold the capsule on the foot. And so this frog they got looking here, this piece is supposed to be up, it's under the foot, it's supposed to be up behind the foot, about an inch off the ground. Let's see. Again, it's under the foot. It's supposed to be clear up behind up here. Again, it's under the foot. This is supposed to be up behind the foot. This little piece here is supposed to be way up at the hairline, up behind the foot, 2 inches. So this has been pulled down and forced down under the foot 2 inches. So it has taken that cleft between what I call the frog lips and the bulbs, and it has pushed it forward into the center of the foot. Okay. All right. Well, and let's see here. Let me go back to here. Let's see here. Here, look at this again. See the frog up behind here? See the frog up behind here, behind the foot? You would see the bulb skin up here, and you would see the frog clear up behind here. Instead, this here on these domestic horses, and it can happen on wild horse too, if they're in a real old, had their feet totally worn out, things like that, and it pulls all this anatomy down and shoves it under here, it'll take this piece of the frog and shove it clear down to here, and then it forms that thing they call a central sulcus, but that is a distortion. So I want you to think about the horse they're making the horse walk on this part of the foot, the bulb and the cartilage, the softest part of the foot, instead of having a heel here and then being supported. Well, I was sorry, I was a little distracted. I kept seeing a bird outside my window. I think I got some birds building a nest above my window. That's cool. Anyway, so we're going to kind of look at that on my horse and see how that's coming along. Okay, so let's go back to here. See, I go over this time and time again so to try and get the image in your head. Okay, so what we're looking at growing off that horse we just looked at is right here in the back of the foot and then under it. See? Okay, so this, again, all this gets shoved way forward, and then the way it grows, this part of the frog that should be here, guess where it winds up? Clear down here under the foot. Yep. So this up here, all this whole thing gets shoved forward. Well, guess what? This is all one seamless piece. And so when all this is displaced, it changes the shape of all this, and this is like a big gel pad sock, and it literally moves it all and crams it forward. Like okay, you ever had a sock that kept wanting to slip down in your shoe and get around the bottom, the center of your foot? This is actually what is really happening to the horse's foot. The sole and the bars and the frog and everything like that is displaced, and it is pulled down and shoved forward. And that is where it's growing its sole, its frog, its bars from a displaced position. And so what we do, we come in, we start changing the boundaries of all those things because here's the thing you need to remember. Even though all that anatomy gets shoved down and into a different position, it's growing a distorted hoof capsule, but it looks like they're just a different version of itself. Even though that's happening, that foot is under constant pressure to want to go back to where it's supposed to be, because the materials that it's made out of are memory materials. Like, you know what memory foam is? Okay. Well, the sole corium, the frog, all the cartilage, the digital cushion, the skin, everything on this foot has a place where it wants to be. And when it's distorted and pulled into this position, it is under constant pressure wanting to pull out and back. And so what we do is we start making different boundaries, and we recognize how distorted and deformed the foot is and what has happened to it. And so we start removing things that allow it to kind of release a little bit at a time and start going back to the position it's supposed to be in. And as it does so, at each trim, it's growing capsule from a little different position each time until finally, as much as possible, as much as the foot will allow, you have released the foot and it is able to start growing stuff from as close a possible position as the foot would have been if it had never been distorted and deformed to begin with. And so when you restore the back of this foot, a lot of times, even if you have coffin bone damage and everything like that, guess what? That horse, boom, they go sound. Because the coffin bone is not the end all. The end all is this part of the foot here. Okay, that's the foundation. See, the coffin bone, that's just for looks. Let's just make it pretty. You know, and so what have men done? They focus on what? Those bones, that bony column. That's all they see, that bony column. Well, guess what? No, 2/3 of this foot, soft cartilage and fat covered with skin. We're focusing on this. Not that that don't matter. It does. But it's not the end all everything that they have made it into. So, anyway. Okay. Okay, so let's see where I'm at here. Okay, so I'm going to go to, well, no, let's see. I do. I got some birds out here building a nest right above my window. I'm going to put a bird feeder out there for them. Okay.
If you put a bird feeder out, they might get too crowded for the birds that are building their nest. They might
Oh,
not want
yeah.
to
Okay.
the yard.
Thank you for that wise information. You're right.
You're welcome.
You know, as I'm looking for pictures here, a couple, well, 2 years ago, we found a squirrel in a basement out at the lodge. How he got in there, I don't know, but he's a little baby squirrel and he's about froze to death. So we brought him home and we started feeding him on a bottle. And then the veterinarian, my vet, he had a squirrel too, and a baby about the same age. But one was a brown squirrel and one was a red-tailed squirrel, or one was a gray-tailed and one was anyway. We raised them together, and in the house, and then I transferred him to a cage out here. And within 2 days after I let him out, predators got both of them. Broke my heart. And I want another squirrel so bad I can't stand it. I see a dead squirrel in the road, I stop and I take it out of the road, and stuff so it doesn't get run over more. I developed this just like really super love for these squirrels. And but I have no more squirrels in my yard. I don't know why. Probably because there's too many hawks and predators and nasty varmints around here. But they're awesome. I belong to this club called All About Squirrels. And now I have found that these squirrels, you can actually totally domesticate them. They'll like, they'll be like pets. Like I wouldn't want to keep one totally in the house or nothing, but they really get gentled down. It's pretty cool. Okay, so where am I going? I'm going to Valor's pictures. I just had to get this loaded. So I shared, let's see, let's go to Facebook because I want to share the post that I did a few weeks ago. Let's see here. Which I showed a trim on Valor. Now I posted it April 7th, but I had did that trim before that. So then Uh, it's it's been a good 5 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks since I trimmed him. Um, okay. Okay, just a second here. I've got to find myself. Let me share. Okay. Okay, can you see that page? Am I sharing the right one? The group page?
Yep.
Okay. So let's look myself up. Just a minute here. Where's search? See your group activity. Okay. Okay. So here, this is a mapping and trim that I did. I'll have to look to see when this exact one. This might not have been my last trim. I think this was the trim before it. But what I want to show you on here is where I took the frog down to, just real quick. Because I was showing on here how to take the toe, how to deal with the sole in the toe. Um, you I really want to start trying to help people focus on how to trim these toes. Um, when you get a lot of sole and the toe is kind of edging forward, see, I don't do anything like I used to. I used to rocker toes and take back toes all the time, but now we are finding through watching how horses self-trim to correct their own feet that sometimes the toe is the last thing they break off. And so we don't want it to get out there a foot or 6 inches, but we don't want to necessarily just absolutely insist it has to come back to one spot all the time too. And in doing that, what I have found is that then when I do take it down and back, it usually goes right to the right spot, because one of the things that we're doing here. Okay, so if you look at this picture, you see how weird the apex of the frog looks? Now, we've been talking about how hoof distortion, the frog, and all that gets shoved way forward. Okay, well, that means that in correcting, it's going to have to be able to pull back. So the true apex of the frog corium gets forced and shoved forward along with all the sole corium. And so when you're trimming the frog correctly, then after a week or two, you come out and you'll find it's all grainy and weird around here. That is because the actual frog corium itself that grows the frog was able to pull back into another position further back. So then this is no longer pertinent. Okay, this is where the frog corium used to be. And now this you will be able to trim out, and what you will find is that sole will grow underneath it. See? So, I mean, his whole frog had moved and was wanting uh his whole frog had moved. Well, here I show how I kind of trimmed that down there. See, originally he was up here. So I'm going to show you today too. Now, when I trim the frog, I will also put a light slit right here in the deepest part of the frog so that it can spread apart more. And what you'll find, well, you'll see here, because you'll see what this frog looks like after it's trimmed. See, I'm trying to show you here how now the frog was up here and how now it's moving back. Let's see here. Let me get up here. You know, in this trim and map, I was trying to show how to deal with the sole and find the sole ridge and define it. And then, okay, so when I get done trimming a frog, it pretty much looks like this here. And they've still got support, they've still got frog, but it's loosened up and light enough that these bulbs still can pull back this way and start pulling that frog corium back. And always, okay, always cleaning out. Again, there is no central sulcus, but this is the sulcus between the back of the frog where the frog stay grows. And so you have to start getting this all cleaned out so that it can start releasing. And this frog that's right here, eventually is going to move clear up to here. Now, again, I posted this April 7th, but this was a good month or so even before that I did this trim. So it's going to be interesting to look at this again. This wouldn't be the last trim. This would be the trim before that. Okay, so I'm going to show you what this frog looks like. Now, why is it red like that? Because it pulled and moved back. So whenever any of this stuff moves, you're going to see some bruising or you're going to see some red because it is literally pulling away from the capsule that is there and from the frog that is there, the deformed, distorted capsule, and it is pulling and moving back into a better position where it's going to grow from there. And that's what it looks like from behind. And it'll be interesting to compare this to the pictures today, because the pictures I took today, okay, this here, where the frog is under here, this still has to come back behind the foot and move clear up between the bulbs here. And this skin here has to move up into here. And then this whole frog is going to come behind and between the heels and up between the bulbs. Okay, well, I'm going to go look for these other pictures. So get in to where I can get in the new pictures too. Just a second here. Oh, goodness me. Okay. I'm going to get the date on those pictures we just did. Now I've got some where I did a map and trim from what was it? 12/26, 24, but those weren't it. So let me keep going here. Okay, I think I found it. Okay, so that trim that we just looked at was from 2/25. Okay, so February 25th. So February 25th, March 25th. Okay, so yeah, I don't know, 6, 7 weeks. That was when was February 25th? March, what's today? 22nd. So that was about 2 months ago. So 7 weeks, I'd say. And so I had done a trim since then as well. So now let me check the date of that trim, the last trim. We're going to look at the pictures. When is this? This is 3/10. Okay, well, March. Okay. Okay, so the last trim would be so we're going to look and see what the foot looked like. A second here. Okay, so this is what grew out from that trim. Just a minute here. Okay, so from 225 to 310. Well, this says 39. So what's that? That's what? 2 weeks? 15 days? Okay. So this is what I have after 15 days on this foot. And when you start to see things move, you will see the foot turn color like this brown. And then the foot heals and grows everything from a totally different place. And then the color changes again, which is what you're going to see what I have now. Oh. Okay, so this is where I was seeing how much toe I could take down because I wanted to stand him up and get his heels, his horn tubules at a sharper angle, a higher angle. So that's what you call standing them up. Now, my horse has a lot of sole ridge. And so he's got a lot of sole that I can play with. If you've got a horse that the wall is dished out like this, then the foot is going to be lower to the ground and you can't do that the same way. So I want people to know that. Okay. See how I took down a little more? See, I could tell from the measurement I took, and I'm following the growth ring. See it? Here's another example of growth rings that are evenly spaced. You know, and how when we first started out today, how it's shown in that 1 foot, how when the sole won't attach to the wall anymore and the wall keeps growing, that's when you start seeing these rings get narrower and narrower and narrower and narrow to where finally your dorsal wall isn't even growing. So we all need to learn this. I really want to focus on this. Now he's got a 3-inch dorsal wall. So he went from about a 3.5 when I started out, well, or at least a 3.25. I took off a 1/4 inch of wall. I looked at the foot. I judged from the thickness of the sole ridge that I could take off a whole 1/4 of an inch, which would stand him up more. And I took off very less heel. And the reason you want to stand them up, leave heel, take some toe, is so that you can get those horn tubules and that hairline at a higher angle. And the reason you want the back of that hairline at a higher angle is so that the foot does not want to pull the heels in, because this is how contracted heels are made. When they lower those heels, the foot wants to stand back up, and as it pulls up, it pulls these heels in behind it like that. That's what happens when they lower these heels. Now you can look, you can see my horse here. See how curled in his heels are? That is from taking the heels down for years. But see, I did not trim out very much bar. What happens is a whole false heel scenario develops to where you don't even know your heels are curled in like that. Like I could take you back and show you other pictures where I allowed him to have more bar, where it disguises it. You don't even know your heels. Heels are not supposed to be curled in like that. These heels are supposed to be, if we were to go back and look at them wild horse heels, okay, these heels here, they're curled in like this. They're supposed to be like this. See that? That's how they're supposed to be. And that's where we're going. So when all this gets curled in like this, and these bulbs get curled in that way as well, and this whole frog gets forced forward. And see this frog, remember the whole central sulcus thing? And I showed you the back of that frog and I said that is supposed to be up behind the foot. Well, here it is. Here you got the same thing on him. See, you'll see this little design here. Well, all this is supposed to be up. These bulbs are going to widen out. It's all going to raise, and the whole frog is going to move back and up behind the foot, and the heels are going to unwrap so that they are pointed in the right direction instead of towards one another. See how these heels are pointed towards one another. But a lot of times you don't even see that that's going on, because most of the time you got distorted grown bar that's up like this, okay, and you don't realize that this is actually a curled in heel because of the bar that's attached to it. And then too, you're always looking at this piece right here. And so when you look at that and that, you're not seeing this heel curled in here like that. See, the foot disguises itself. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so anyway, we'll see how I trimmed this. Let's see. Let me fast forward. Okay, so I cleaned this foot up with the Proxon. Now you see this bruising here? That is from the whole sole corium. The frog corium is pulling back, and it's all attached seamless to the sole corium. Let me show you this again. Let's look at this to remind ourselves what we are really dealing with here, because otherwise people get, you know what, you see a lot of this in horses. In fact, a lot of horses have this color in the bottom of their foot, but nobody ever sees it because nobody ever cleans the sole up. See? So, you know, when they're doing barefoot trimming and they're deforming that foot, if you were to clean the sole up, you would see the same thing going on. But we're doing the reverse. Okay? We're growing the foot back. And we're taking all this anatomy that's been forced into a place where it never should have been, and we're relieving enough of the foot to leave the horse comfortable, while at the same time allowing him through movement and different things like that for that foot internally to be pulling back to where it wants to go. You know, I always give an example. Your nose. Your nose is made out of the same things as the internal foot. It's adipose tissue, cartilage, bone, fat covered with skin. Your nose has a specific shape, a specific position for it to be able to function correctly. Same as that inner foot on this horse. We are just looking at a shell here, a supportive shell. And so if I push my nose even just a little bit over to the side of my face, what is it doing? It pushes back. It wants to go back to where it's supposed to be. Well, guess what? So do these feet. The inner foot, it can be deformed and distorted and held there by the hoof capsule, but it is under constant pressure to want to go back. Now, I've been holding my nose over to the side of my face a little bit, kind of closes up one nostril, can't breathe quite as good. It destroys the function. And the more I push on it, the more pressure it pushes back, and the more function I take away from it, to where finally I am feeling that if I were to just hold my nose there, I would be under constant, it would start to burn, and it would start to be under, it would start to get inflamed, inflammation. Okay, so I'm gonna let go of my nose. Let go of my nose. I pulled it, it went right back into place. Well, if you just lighten up some of the growth on this hoof capsule in certain places, it allows that foot to gradually start pulling back and growing the capsule from a better position. And the thing that you find is that each time you get better growth, better sole, better frog, better bar, better wall, better periopal. Okay, so, and again, I keep cleaning this out because I want that frog to come back. Now, see how I stood that horse up? See, because I want this hairline almost straight. And the reason I want it that way is because I wanted to take off any pull that might have been happening in the leg up here, because this is where the foot wants to be. Just because they have put an image in our head that you got to have this hairline that's clear down to here, this bulb was never meant to be walked on. And so when they start trimming these heels, forcing these horses to walk on their bulbs, and then that frog is being shoved forward, shoving the sole corium, shoving everything into a place where it shouldn't be. Just the second hair. Let's go back here again. This is your horse's foot. This is what's on the inside. This is the real foot. That is just a shoe. And 2/3 of this is soft cartilage and fat and can be deforted, almost turned inside out. These heels, the cartilage, the heel here, coffin bone ends right about here. Right about there. This is the real heel. That's your real heel. That's all cartilage. And look, it has depth. All of this is cartilage, skin, fat. It's the same material your nose is made out of. The thing is, you don't need a nose brace, but the foot, it has to have something to support it in its correct height, position, shape, form, or it does not function properly. And it will become, this all can be moved into a number of different shapes and forms, and yet take on the appearance of a horse's foot. The capsule can deform into multiple versions of itself. It is all a form of adaptation for survival. But we don't want our horses to survive. We want them to thrive. And no horse, no foot, no horse. The spirit of the horse is in his feet. It's what makes him what he is. Without him, he's nothing. Without him, he's not himself. Okay, so it's this foot that gives him flight. See? Okay, so let me go here. Okay. So we just take a couple more looks at that foot. Again, it's a foot covered with skin. This skin grows hair. This skin grows and attaches the shoe, the hoof capsule, which is made out of the same thing, which is keratin. The hair that grows from this skin is keratin. The hoof capsule that grows from this is, and it comes off in one piece like a shoe, because that's what it is. It's the shoe. And of course, it's a good athletic shoe, and it offers support, and it helps the foot function properly. Okay, so let's see. New share. So I wanted to stand him up. If I can, I'm going to take some toe to stand him up. If I know I have enough sole that I can do that, and I'm on terrain, and if I don't, and I need to do it, and I have boots to support him, and he's still going to be comfortable, that's what I'm going to do, because I'm allowing this foot to be freed and go back to where it wants to be. And really, that's all we're doing. We are just reducing parts of the hoof capsule and growing other parts so that that inner foot, which is just like your nose, that has been shoved over to the side of your face in its bad hoof capsule, that foot can be free to start pulling back to where it was supposed to be, and then grow the capsule to support and serve and function so that it can be in the right position and function correctly. Okay. Yeah, I stood him up pretty good there. Okay, so again, when was this? Properties. 3/10, January, February, March 10th. Okay, so March 10th, and if anybody's wondering, this is, okay, he tore his whole cartilage off in a fence last April. And look how well it healed. Why did it heal that well? Because he had correct heel height. Because, see, I was all freaked out when he did it because I've seen horses do that. Never heals right. They always have a god-awful, horrible scar. Now I know why. Because those horses, the heels are lowered, forcing the bulb down. Okay? So then when they tear that, the capsule is still holding the bulb down here and it never closes. But he had heel. And so we wrapped it, put this Melaleuca honey stuff on it, and wrapped it for a few months, and look at how it healed. It's like perfect. You know, it was amazing. And in fact, it turned out to be a good thing because that heel was the worst trimmed out heel that was pulled down and run forward. It also cracked the heck out of the heel there. And whatever it did there, it allowed the whole bulb and heel and everything to move back into a better position. It was awesome. That's the first time I had a horse with a severe injury that it wound up being a blessing. Taught me a lot. Okay, so I trimmed him up, trimmed that frog up, and this is what it looks like when I'm done. Right there. Now the frog will turn color. And the innermost layer of the frog is translucent. You can see through it. Okay, so now we're going to look at, let me see here. Now that was, what I say, March. When was that? March.
I think you said the 10th.
Okay. March 10th. Let me see what this one is. Just a minute here. January, March 10th. That's still March 10th. $311. Well, I'll show you what it looked like the next day. Okay. Well, wait a minute. What is this? Okay, so 315. Let me see. 315. Just a minute here. Okay, well, do you remember when we had that hoof chat? Because this is what you're going to see today, too. when and you're all telling me I should do a notch on that one foot. Does anybody remember that? And that his worst foot, which was his left rear that had that one side that was always weird and stuff like that. The notch foot, this foot. Okay, well, I did a notch on that foot, and so we're going to look at that today to see what it did, because that foot really expanded really well. So I did a notch on both sides. In fact, I did notches on all of his feet. Not that wasn't a notch. That was some other weird deal that happened. Okay, hold on here. Well, my computer has decided to freeze. There we go. Let me go back. Okay, so I'm going to show you the pictures I took today. Last trim and today. So these were several trims ago to show you the progression. Okay, where am I at here? And in all of this, no detriment at all. No owliness, no tenderfootedness, no nothing. Okay, so I did a knot on the next trim. I did a notch on this foot. Okay. Well, I didn't notch on all of his feet, but let's see here. Just went hog wild with them notches. Okay, now if anybody's wondering, what we have found is this, that, let me see, I gotta share here. Share. What we've found, now on the last trim before that, I was showing you how I stood him up. On this trim, I decided that I wanted to do a notch, which I got a little carried away maybe, but I took out a big chunk out of the side of his foot. But you're going to see from today, when was this? This was on 3/20, January, February. This is March 20th. Okay. So I did a notch. Now, if we were to go and look at them other pictures, you will see that his bulbs here and this periopal skin is rising. Do you remember when I told you that I expected this to rise up to here, and that this frog is going to come through here, and in the end what we're going to have is this, because this is what those feed on those wild horses in the right environment. And this is what an internal, see the foot, that internal foot I've been showing, that's off a domestic horse. Okay, she just had a really good foot. The internal foot was not deformed. And so what the anatomy shows us, and what only certain examples of wild horses show us that are in a like almost perfect environment, okay, not too much, well, lots of wet because they stand in a river half a day, but then dry sand and sagebrush and saguaro cactus the rest of the day. Okay, and they show us this, that in the end, okay, so ideally this, you see this periopal skin, that's going to be widened up. Just a minute here. Potential spam. Go away. Okay, so this is going to rise up to be up here. Something like that. Okay, then your frog is going to be here. See that? Does that make more sense than trying to put these bulbs, soft, sensitive bulbs and cartilages pounding on the ground? And then your heels, of course, your heel buttress is going to be right here. Now, these heels here actually, okay, wait a minute. Because these heels still have to come uncurled. So, let's see here. So the frog and the bulbs will be wider apart. So the frog actually is going to come clear over to here. And these heels, when they unwrap, are going to be at least to here. Somewhat like that. This will come out here a little more. And then what you find happening is this frog skin is made to attach to the heel. So if you don't know what you're looking at back here, okay, you would think this horse had short heels. Because in reality, he's got 2 inches of frog from up here to here, and then a good inch to an inch and a half of frog from here to here, supporting the whole back of the foot. And then the huge heel buttresses that are supporting these cartilages way up in the air. That is the true foot of the horse. And so that is what is slowly coming to pass here on Valor as I release his frog to be able to, I mean, everything, the tendons in his leg, everything in that leg wants that foot to be here. Everything in the foot wants that foot to be here. Because this is the anatomy. Period. There aren't some horses that need low heels. You know, there aren't oh, this trim's good for this environment and that trim's good for that environment. No. It's this horse's, every horse's anatomy is the same. Maybe a different size, may have a little different aspects here and there, but all of our hearts are the same, right? All of our fingers are the same. All of our eyes, our nose, they may look a little different and they may have a few different characteristics, and some of us may have some deformities, but that's not the norm. Our anatomy has a general makeup. And so our heart surgeon needs to know the anatomy of our heart and how it works and how it functions. Because when it isn't working and functioning correctly, it affects the whole rest of our body, right? Same with this foot. This is the true foot of every horse. It may look a little different. There may be some little differences here and there, but anatomically, this is it. We'll probably learn some more too as we see these feet developing into what they were supposed to be. So when you have what happens and what I see is I see him growing this crazy, tremendous frog. I see the sole completely changing and growing like crazy. He just has massive amounts of sole and frog and heel and, and comfort, you know, and traction. Oh my goodness. You know, we have it has been raining really good here this week. So his feet were really wet. And of course, he'd take off running and you know, I mean, that guy is sure-footed in the mud, let me tell you. It's amazing. And his prints, he looks like he has shoes on. That's how his prints look, like he has horseshoes on, but it's his own feet, you know. And always when you see his prints, you'll see the toe deeper. Why is that? That's how they get traction. That's how they're built. They're built to land flat, but that the toe digs in. See, that's how they have lift off and traction. When you trim the heels out of them, it turns their feet into skis. And the very opposite of what you would want them to be. Okay, so let me undo this.
Sorry, Linda.
Yeah?
Could you please make, no, you deleted. I would like to see this drawing of the foot, the one you did, next to the wild hoof.
Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Let's see here. Let me figure out how. Hold on. We'll just make that small. And let me go down here and see if I got today's and what it looks like from behind. Okay. Okay, let me show you which foot are
Because
you.
I believe this is the pre-wild hoof. I mean, we have to arrive here to give the chance to the hoof become like the wild.
Well, yeah, it's not. That's what I'm saying. These feet are not where they're supposed to be yet. They're on the journey. See, now I'll give you
a step before.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not where it's supposed to be.
We need to tell people about this always, because if you look at both hooves, they look very different. So we need to understand that yes, it is different because it is the pre-wild.
Yeah, it's on its way.
Yes,
like it's on
exactly.
its journey to that. You know, the foot has been over trimmed and distorted and pulled into a position that is not true to what it's supposed to be. Okay, so all
Because
this.
most of us have never seen the anatomically correct hoof. And we need to understand that this is a stage to become anatomically correct.
Yeah. Let me,
I mean, our eyes are not trained yet.
Yeah, so I understand. Yeah, okay. That sounds like a good idea. Well, let me put up the most recent foot. Oh, hold on. I need a short break.
I don't know, you guys, if I make myself clear about this. I mean, we need to go through this stage to become the correct hoof.
Yeah, we all have to start with where the horse is and then go through those stages, releasing the foot slowly over time to aim toward the wild horse's foot. So we are where we are. And each stage is going to look different, but hopefully going in the direction it needs to be going, correct?
Exactly. This is a stage. Because they to somebody who is not familiar with the wild horse hoof, they look so different, and everybody can be mixed up.
I
At
think,
least
yeah,
this is
I think too that you can get to where they're looking better, and you think, oh, here we are, we're better, but yet
Yeah.
they can still be even more better than where because you've made such improvements. You sometimes get I'm there, and but you're not. You still have more to go as well.
exactly, that's the point. This this valors stage is not the final.
Okay, I'm gonna try this. Just a minute here. I'm gonna put, I had those pictures. I was defining those feet on those two horses by the Salt River, right? So, hold on a second and let me see if I can do this similar here. Okay, just a second. Hold on, I'm gonna do a comparison. Okay, to show you what I'm trying to do. Okay, so I'm gonna take that foot.
Dear Linda, I'm always asking you for more and
It's
more.
okay. It's okay. It's good. See, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I'm just trying to find a good foot to use here. Okay. Okay. Well, first I'm going to do it with the foot we were looking at that's upside down. Okay. So they're going to be two different directions, kind of, well, at a different angle. So let me take a shot of this real quick. Hold on. Because see, it's repetition, repetition, repetition that helps us do this. And when you may explain it one way, but then you explain it another way. See, so I'm really glad you asked, so I can do this. Let's see. Okay, let me take a picture. What I have to do is I have to get these two photos, and then I have to take a picture, and then I have to open the picture. So hold on. Let's see, where do we want that? Pictures, screenshot. I take a view, give us screenshot. New folder. Ah. Oh. No. I'm trying to, oh, there we go. Okay, new folder. I'll just put Valor. Valor example. Okay. Okay, now I have to go open it from there. So hold on. Let's see. Pictures, screenshots, PQS. Okay, I'm ready. Let's see here. Um, okay, now new share. Okay. Okay. So I just did an example where I drew on this foot what has to happen. Right now, the frog is still under the foot. The bulbs used to be way more curled in than what you see here, and the heels closer together. And so what did I do? I drew, okay, we're going to annotate. Okay, so I'm going to draw on this foot what's really there. Okay, and so what you have here is first you have the coronary band and the hairline that comes up like this. And it's hard for me to see, but it would be about like so. Okay. Now here on Valor's, you see that it's low. See there? And his bulbs are still turned in like that. Not supposed to be like that. Okay? This here is supposed to not be curled in at all. Okay, so what's going to happen is this part here is going to come out like this. It's going to pull that whole frog back under here. Okay, and this part, this white part you see here, ultimately will be up here. About like so. Ideally, this skin, other than the fact that, well, no, maybe not even that. Anyway, this is where your coronary band is, up here. That grows your buttress and different things like that. So it might not even be that far. I'm not sure. But anyway, okay, so that's where that's going to go, and that is this right here. Okay, now your frog, the frog is going to come back. Okay, this here, what you see here is going to not only be raised, it's going to pull apart and widen out. Okay, so now your heels, they're going to widen out too. Right now they're curled in. You know, I showed you how my heels were curled in. They're going to uncurl. And when they uncurl, they're going to be probably about here. Which probably bring that out a little bit. At least to there. But that frog's going to come behind the foot, and it's going to be like this. First of all, it's going to attach as the heel grows. The frog will be attached to the heel, so you're not even going to see this heel wall here. You might see that much of it. Ah. Okay, now I'm going to do the same over here. So here's the coronary band. Your heel is right here. Oh, wait a minute. The heel buttress is growing from underneath there down to here. Here's, your bar is right there. This is the side wall. This is how high your heel buttress is. It grows from the bottom of here, it pushes up and supports the cartilage. So I'm thinking this cartilage, this here, probably further over here. I've never seen one in the flesh. You know what I mean? I see it on the internal foot. I see it here, but there's little details that I'm not sure of. So then the frog is growing up here, and it's attaching to the heel clear down to here. This is the back of the frog here. And it will go up between the bulbs here, something like that. Okay, so, I'm doing this as close as I can to what I'm seeing here.
Exactly. This is why the wild one looks narrow and very tall.
Yeah.
And
Oh, you're cutting out really bad there.
spread away.
Okay, now.
But it's not. When it comes to the correct.
See, I'm sorry, but you cut out really bad there, Angelique. Angelos. You angel. That's what her name means. That's where we get our word angel, people. Okay?
Yes, the messenger.
Yeah, only it's AGG. It was originally AGGLOS, right? Agelos. Angelos.
Yes.
Angelos. Angeliki.
Angelos.
Angeliki. Am I pronouncing that right after all these years?
Yes, yes, Angeliki is
Okay.
the correct way.
Angeliki. Because even two G's together, you put those AGG together, you get an N sound in there. Go figure. And so then it came to us as ANGEL. There you go.
Exactly, exactly.
And you are. This is a perfect name
You
for you.
see how important this drawing is.
Yes, I do. Thank you for bringing it up. And see,
because the hills now look double the height.
Yeah. Yeah,
in the
do.
left photo.
So you imagine a horse with this kind of a foundation rather than walking on his cartilages. That's got to make a difference. Instead, his cartilages and bulbs are lifted and protected by these massive heel buttresses and by this massive frog, and this is the true foot of the horse. Nothing else. Everything else is an adaptation to nature, to wear, and to distortion. So,
and the reason I've asked for this drawing is because most of the people in the group, me included, maybe are wondering why our hoofs look so spread and open, and we want to be like this when the wild horse's feet look narrow. They're not narrow, they're compact, more compact.
More compact, yeah. See, I'll take a screenshot of this. Let's see. Okay,
I don't know if you guys understand what I'm trying to point out here. I wish I am clear enough.
I'm understanding the part about how we need to understand our foot isn't where it's at, but where it's going. And we need to understand the makeup of these feet and what we're trying to do. Because if we don't know what they're supposed to be, how can we ever get there? And so we have to have and understand more of what the image is. So this picture, now let me see when this trim was, because see, I got two other things to show you on how this foot has changed to go closer to this. Okay, to where that frog that's sucked up under there, okay, and the heels, like if I could take my hands in there and get a hold of those feels and uncurl them, it would pull that frog backing up behind the foot, just like this. This is just a structure. It's just a hardened piece of clay, maybe. I mean, if it was flexible in my hands and I could just, pull it, same as if I could also take the heels on this horse here. If I were to take these heels and turn them in, oops, well, let me undo this. thing here. Hold on. Stop share for now. Okay, so if I could just, if you could manipulate it by hand, you could create that distortion, or undo it. If I made myself a rubber foot, I could probably do it with the rubber foot and show you easily what happens. Okay, so, oh, and I want you to see this over here. See that horse picture? Is everybody, are you, what, do you, let's see,
Yeah, we can't.
Okay. Okay, we're going to take a little brain break here. Ah, come here. Oh. This is, I cried last week because the mailman came up to the door. Okay, here, we'll put this right here. The mailman came up to the door and he had a package for me. And I got to show you. Hold on. Okay, so he had a package I had to sign for. And trying to cover up the addresses. Don't want to show the addresses. But anyway, it was in this brown paper wrapper here. Okay, addressed to Miss Linda Harris. And when I seen it at first, I just saw the it had a DO. Let me show you. Hold on there. Okay, on where it was from, see, it just had this DO. Where sender DO. So I just saw the DO. It was in his hand, and I went, and I thought, Dodie, it was you at first, because I thought you're the only person I could think of who I knew with a DO, and I thought, oh, Dodie sent me something. She didn't tell me. And then he goes, oh no, I said, yeah, my friend in California. He says, no, this is from outside the United States. And so then I got to looking, well, it's from Poland. It was from Poland. So then I knew it was Dorota, our group member, and she's a beautiful artist. I knew right away it's a painting, you know. And so I opened it up and I took this video. I videoed it, opening it up and everything like that. But then my video didn't turn out. And I mean, I was just wanting to cry. Because what a sweet, she never told me. Well, she actually had said she sent it, but I didn't see the message. So this was like just this big surprise, And so I did a video, open it up, but then my video didn't turn out. And so I was wanting it to share it with everybody. And uh so she's so artistic, So okay, so this is so it was wrapped in this cardboard here. And so she drew a horse there. So I got to keep this too, you know. And it's for Linda from Dorota there. Okay, so that was really cute. And but then when you turn it over, right? So where did she get this cardboard? Well, it was obviously off a toilet. Off a toilet. She found some cardboard to wrap the package in, right? And then she put this here. She goes, This is where typical barefoot trim should go. I thought that was hilarious. Okay. And she goes, sorry for the toilet self paper. So funny. I first noticed it anyway when she just noticed that it had the toilet on there, so then she put that. I thought that was really funny, really cute, you know. And so then she had a card here. Well, wonder what I did with the card. Well, anyway, she said that this painting, she had done this painting and she saw it and she said that that is just valor. That is just valor. And so here's the great thing. Look at the size of the feet on that horse. And what she did, she drew the cartilages so great and the hooves so great. And this was just such a blessing. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you and also let you know that if you want a picture of your horse or something like that, that she is a professional artist that does artwork for pet owners. She does mostly horses, but she does dogs and stuff too. In fact, we had a dog that passed away that she did a painting of, um, and that was really wonderful too. So anyway, thank you, Dorota, so much. God bless you. Thank you. This is such a blessing, and I just really super appreciate it. So there you go. I just thought it was wonderful. Okay, so anyway, I wanted to share that with you. And I kind of need a little break from all that brain drain hoof stuff. Okay, but you know, you folks need to know that I am no rocket surgeon. Okay, we're not rocket surgeons. Nope, this is worse. All right. If it wasn't worse, then mankind would have figured it out by now, right? This is like the final frontier, the horse's hoof, and then Jesus comes. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna put that back there.
May I just build on what Angeliki said before for the break?
Yes, please.
I think what she was driving home earlier when we first started the chat with that wild mare's hoof that looked like it was contracted, but she was saying that it wasn't. And I think the last two drawings that you did side by side helps me understand why she was saying that earlier.
Okay. So I'm kind of understanding the thing that I'm not, I guess what I wasn't seeing was that anything looked contracted other than my own horse's feet.
At the very beginning of the hoof chat, there was a hoof that looked like it was contracted, but it wasn't. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding. If she's here, she can further clarify.
I'm not sure.
Okay, let's pass.
No.
I remember hearing that, but
I can try again. If you see these photos and you are not a doctor, you have no notion of the anatomy of a hoof, maybe you find out that you are looking at a contracted hoof because the back of the hoof looks narrow, but it's not. We are not used to see hoofs with the frogs on top of the back of the hoof.
Oh, okay.
So, and we are trying to expand the caudal foot, the back of the hoof.
Mm-hmm.
But the wild horses, they don't look so expanded the way we are trimming too our horses. And I wanted to pinpoint that the wild horses' hoof are not narrow, they're built and they're hiding how huge they are on the photos.
Yeah, you don't see. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That you don't. You mean how you don't see how big that frog really is on the wild
Yes,
horse. Okay,
and
I'm understanding now.
especially to our hoof group members, maybe they cannot notice the difference. So we had to make this drawing where the Valor's hoofs would go to be entirely corrected.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what I wanted to pinpoint.
Okay. This might help too, showing this picture here. Okay. Because okay, in reality, what you have here, all right, is that this is all frog, but the people aren't realizing that that there's a 2-inch heel buttress behind here. At the most, 1.75 inches. See, because here, we're gonna draw this again. The anatomy of this, understanding the parts and everything. Just a minute here. Okay, annotate. Okay, so doing white. Here is the periopal skin. Oh, wait, not white, not blue, white, white. The periopal skin goes up here. Okay, then the heel buttress actually starts right here.
Exactly.
And goes down to here. But
exactly.
But the frog starts growing here. Right in here. This is frog, not periopal. Frog skin attaching to the bulb, and it's all the way down so that all you're seeing is a little nubbin of heel down here. You don't realize that there is a whole big heel, almost 2-inch heel buttress right here. Well, like from here, generally, a general measurement from the hairline here, okay, all the way down to the heel is about 2 inches altogether. But the heel buttress wall grows from the bottom of underneath the coronary band. It's growing from under the coronary band. The part of the coronary band that grows the buttress grows under it, so it is a pillar of support here underneath there. See,
Can you please, Linda, can you please show the same thing and draw it to the inner foot? Because on the left, the inner foot is more obvious.
Okay, so yeah, trying to, what part grows what, and stuff, which, here, let me undo this here. See, now if I was to redo this, see, I did this quite some time ago. Just a minute, let me see. Okay, I drew this, I put this on here in 2017. So that is about a little over a year after I learned we're even supposed to grow heels. But I've been looking at this picture for years, even before that. But also had not seen the fact. So I'm going to show you here that what I'm saying is the truth. Now, if I had to redo this today, I would, let's see here. I would draw it maybe a little different. I would see, now I kind of had the coronary band good, but I would have the coronary band. Man, these birds are busy. I'm so thrilled. Here's the coronary band right here. Well, it might go over here. I mean, this stuff is all, it's so seamless together. You know what I mean? So I'm not exactly the exact part. But I think the coronary band only goes maybe to, well, no, it has to go over to here. Okay, wait a minute. I'm looking. Where's the heel? Okay, so here's the back of the heel right here. Okay, so the heel buttress, okay, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Just a minute here. The heel buttress grows from underneath here. See there? It grows
Exactly.
from underneath here, like so.
This is the heel buttress.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, so the heel buttress grows from underneath here. And then the frog, okay, the frog, I believe this is all frog corium here. And as it grows, the frog corium is close to the next to where the heel starts. And as the heel buttress grows and the frog grows with it, it attaches to the heel here. Right there. So here's your frog. Here's your frog attached to the heel buttress over here, going over here. And here's your kind of the gap part. This is the 2-inch. This is high up between the bulbs up here. Okay. So it's going to be kind of like that. And this would be filled in with frog here too. This is the frog corium right here. But the back of this, from where the heel buttress grows, the frog padding most of the time will stick to the heel. But sometimes it won't, because we saw in the first pictures we looked at that there was a horse that the frog corium had not, or not the frog corium, the frog padding flap had not stuck to the heel buttress and grown down. Okay, so hold on here. So I trying to figure this stuff out back in 2017, I did this much. Okay, I recognize that as frog corium. Now, how did I know this horse has about a 2-inch heel? Well, because he put a ruler up here, a tape measure, and I can see right here, just a minute, I can see this little bit of heel sticking out right here. See there? And plus we have another photo of this same foot where you can literally see the heel buttress wall where he took off part of the capsule. So see, we got 2 inches here. Okay, so the center of the frog stay, this is the frog stay, clear up between the bulbs here. Heel buttress is growing from here, but it's got frog sticking to it. And you got a good 3/4 of an inch or more of frog in here, and then 2 inches of frog from here to here. And so that's what you're going to have on this side too.
And see the sole corium.
Let's see. Okay, so
the inner foot, the sole corium. Look,
yeah,
the small
that's right
dots.
here.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Pepper.
And the apex, it finishes there. The corium finishes between these two blue lines.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. Well, it's right in here somewhere. And then you got your frog growth. Well, look how thick that frog is. Holy Hannah, you know. Let's see here. Okay. So I did a whole series of these pictures. Everything you're asking about, you know, I was trying to figure out where it was, you know, because the skin, which is called corium, which is dermis, which is just skin that grows to this hoof capsule. Okay, it is seamless. It transitions from one thing to the other seamlessly. And so I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure that was the heel buttress grows from under here, underneath here. And so it supports the back of the foot. It is like a pillar under a building. And end of the heel. And there's where the sole corium starts. And then I named it all. Top of the frog stay. Oh, I still called it a central sulcus though, because I didn't know any different. Um, Frog apex, frog skin on heel, bulb skin. Okay, so I said, again, I did this in 2017. Don't be deceived. Just because someone cuts up a foot or takes pictures of it does not mean that in truth they understand jack about it. The heel buttress is about 2 inches long. About 2/3 of it is hidden from view due to the frog skin attached to the end of the heel. This is why stupid man over lowers the heel because he thought it had low heels. Because they never have in truth really correctly studied the true anatomy of the horse's foot. And I did not understand it even a tinge as much as I do now. Like, for instance, I said the central sulcus. Now I know that's not the central sulcus. I had no idea that the foot was bound like it is when I did this anatomical study. See? So here's another wild horse's foot that some guy got. It was dead. Somebody gave him this foot. He was a farrier. Can't find this picture on the web anymore. The guy probably died. Okay, but look at the frog stay up in the back of the foot. See? And what you see on these wild feet and feet they trim the heels out of, they ain't got no frog stay. See? That was the foot there. So, you know, I've seen the similarities between this and the foot we just looked at. Okay, so look at the difference. Here's the foot they want us to put on our horses. This is the foot I tried to put on my horse for good 8 or 9 years. Okay, now do horses survive and adapt with feet like this? Well, of course they do. It's so they survive a drought and a famine and you know harsh weather conditions, no food, having to go far for water. But that's not the ideal foot. That's an adaptation to an extreme environment, to a horse killing environment. Okay? And now they've turned it into a horse killing trim. Look at the difference. Here's the foot we're looking at where we're marking out all the parts of the anatomy. Okay, look at the frog. Look at the frog up behind in the back of the foot. And this is a totally different guy. Somebody gave him this foot. Look at the frog up in the back of the foot, the frog stay, the bolt. Okay. Look, here's the foot where he's worn its heels out. They have one they've cut in half. Look at the frog here. Look at the hairline cleared down at the ground. This horse is walking on his bulbs and his cartilage is forced down to the ground. Okay. And it's interesting. This was the foot off of a dead horse, not a live horse that he investigated, but a dead horse that he got from a adoption facility at Palomino Valley, California. And so this rear foot off of one dead horse that wore its heels out became his model. And the reason it became his model was because he had already read books that people had written about how horses should have low heels. So he had this in his mind to begin with. And so, then the first time he actually got into a corral with a real wild horse being tied up and stretched out, well, why not just go get some dead feet off of a horse and use them? Now, Tiffany said something. Now, again, here's the two different feet off of two different wild horses, but look how they are internally. Look at the frog. Look at the frog. Look at the shape of the digital cushion supported by the frog. Shape of the digital cushion supported by the frog. Now, these aren't exactly the same. This one has a higher hairline. Of course, this foot was dead too, and pretty dried out when he did it, but still it retained the frog and the shape and stuff like that, the thickness of the frog. Okay, so Tiffany had said earlier that showing her that one foot from the Salt River horse, how, where he's rolling and has his foot sticking up in the air there, and how because that frog skin sticks to the heel and you only see a little bit of heel. If you were just, if you'd never seen the true foot of a horse and all you'd seen is horses with their heels trimmed out, where their little heel and their frog bulb right there, and you were to look at that picture, you might assume instantly, if you didn't have time to really, really study it, that horse had low heels. See? Okay, so we're going to look at this other picture here real quick. That's very important right along the line of everything that we are talking about here, because it is vital to know how people made mistakes and then they wrote books on their mistakes and we believed what they wrote. Okay, because they believe it. All right? Like nobody made these mistakes. Well, I'm not so sure about Philip LaFosse, and I have my reasons. Okay? Back in, 1754, that could have been on purpose. And on one of these hoof chats, I will share why that may have been so. But because great, for 2,000 years before that, high heels was the thing. Okay, and all the horses were sound. And they would not choose a horse with low heels or bulbs on the ground. Okay, they went to war, they won battles, the Greeks conquered the whole known world at the time through Alexander the Great. And they said the only time they had to slow down was to let the horse's feet grow. And so then if you go into the Greek culture and you look at all their reliefs and you go to the Parthenon and it's full of nothing around the top but reliefs and images of horses, and they all have heels and high hairlines. So we have to look at this foot again. We have looked at it before, but we need to look at this other foot. Just a minute here to show you how this barefoot mistake was made. If you already have been reading books that say horses have low heels and should have frog contact or whatever, and this has been being taught for 250 years, then just a minute here. Okay, so I'll show you foot that the same person, just a minute. We're talking about Jamie Jackson, who started the barefoot movement in 1992 when he wrote the book, The Natural Horse, Lessons from the Wild for Domestic Horse Care. And he claimed to have done all this research on wild horses, which he did do some. Okay. But he claimed to have, in it, he had 3 editions of that book. 1992, it took off. He got together with another gal from Germany who also believed horses should have no heels. Okay. Or minimal bulbs on the ground. I'll show you a picture of that too. Okay, them two got together with their mistakes and corroborated one another. Him with this wild horse example, her with her, her current research that she was doing and belief that a coffin bone was ground parallel. Because, see, to make a coffin bone ground parallel, you have to trim out the heels and force it to be that way. And if we look at, oh, where is that? Okay, look here again. Dang it. Hold on. Look at this. I want you to notice. Okay, what's happening here? Gotta find a picture I'm needing. Okay, do I have that right picture up there? Those 3 wild feet? Can I get a yes?
It's the same picture we had with the 2 and the 2 and the 2.
Okay, that's okay, good. Just want to make sure. Okay, now see, there's this big argument whether the coffin bone is ground parallel. Now, what does that mean? Okay, let me get an annotator here. Coffin bone, here's your coffin bone. This coffin bone is not ground parallel. To be ground parallel, it would have to be like this. That's what ground parallel coffin bone means, that the coffin bone sets flat. Hold on. Now we can see in this wild horse hoof that this coffin bone does not set ground parallel. Now, in the dissections I've done on horses that had some heel, the actual coffin bone is also not ground parallel. In fact, in the foot itself, just a minute. In the foot itself, the coffin bone is set at an angle in the foot so that the sole corium is like, let's say this is the sole corium that's attached to the bone. It's not on the bone in this picture. Let me undo this here a little bit. Let's make this bigger. See all these details. Okay, so this half of this foot has been removed. Okay, half of the foot and the capsule. All right, so it had corium and sole corium on it, and it had lamina and a coronary band and cartilage and all that. Okay, so we're looking at the angle of this coffin bone, and we can see now just a minute here. We can see that this, what are you doing? Come here. Okay, we can see that the foot is flat. See there? Level. He's taken a picture of this foot and it is level. Now we're going to look at the coffin bone inside the foot. Okay. When they talk about coffin bone and the angle of the coffin bone being positive, the palmar angle being positive, negative, or well, what barefooters call ground parallel. Okay. Here is the coffin bone. In this wild foot, it is at an angle. For it to be ground parallel, you would have to lower it this much. See that? In order to lower it that much, you'd have to trim out the heels and crush the actual heel of the foot up into the foot to force this bone to be ground parallel. And the reason why is because, let's see here. The reason why is because, okay, there is corium on this foot, and the corium goes like this. Something like that, okay? It's got a heel. The horse has a real heel in here. And the corium this is what I found in the dissections I did, that first of all, this heel is made out of cartilage right here. Your heels are made out of cartilage in here. But the corium, let me see here. The corium gets thicker as it goes towards the heel. The sole corium gets thicker. It's almost wedge shaped. So that the foot itself, if I took the foot out and I set it, and I know this from having done this quite a few times, if I take the foot out of the capsule and I set it down, the foot sets ground parallel or flat on the table. But I know that that bone inside is not flat, that it is at an angle. See? Like that. And why is that? Because the soft tissue is attached to the foot. Doesn't it make sense even that as far as the sole, that it would be thicker as it goes towards the heels for cushioning, you know? Really, it's marvelous the way it's made. See, it's marvelous that the bone doesn't continue into the heel, because that's where you get the most pounding, right? That's where there is the most pressure in the back of the foot. And so you don't want bone there. So there's this wonderful cartilage that makes up the heel itself back here. And it's flexible. Bone is not flexible, but the back of the foot is very flexible. So let me undo all this. So what do we have here in this foot is you have all this hairline, everything's, look, the digital cushion is deformed and distorted. The frog has been stripped out of the foot, ain't got any frog. The coffin bone is deformed, okay? The coffin bone is deformed because of the hoof distortion. This horse was not born to have a foot like this, and probably didn't most of its life. It was probably a very old horse. You know that we got people that have charted these wild horse groups. They got horses lived up to 30 years old out there that they've been watching for years. So the baloney that, oh, wild horses don't last long, blah, blah. No, they got longevity, man. Okay, so this horse, Jamie Jackson said, wild horses' feet improve as they age, as they get older. See, I wrote a post on that, asking you about that. Do you think that wild horses' feet improve as they get older? Because that's what Jamie Jackson said. Okay, how would he know? You know, he never followed him that long. In fact, he said he was only there. He said he hung out there from 1982 to 1986. He said, you know, uh, but he never took any pictures of them. How come? What happened there? How come there were no pictures? Why did he only use pictures from professional photographers that he met along the way in his book? Why did he say that he was able to measure, examine, and photograph the feet of over 1,000 feet, but there's not one picture in his 3 editions of the same book, The Natural Horse? Not one. Instead, we only have this photo that we're supposed to believe all wild horses have this foot, and this is the foot we're supposed to put on our horses. Now, look here. This coffin bone is deformed and distorted. That's deformed. That's not the way they're supposed to be shaped. This toe, see, when all this anatomy got pushed in here and pushed this joint forward, it's pushed this toe down, and but the dorsal wall stayed short, and so it wore that bone to be like that. Not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be shaped like this. This is a deformed foot. It's what you got here. See, if we go back up here, let's see here. Oh, that poor guy. I'm always on him, aren't I? Okay, let's look at this coffin bone here. Let's look at this one up here. Okay, let me draw on it. Now remember, that one was dished out like that, right? We'll look at this one. Okay, try and follow the way it goes here. There you go. You don't see it going like this. See, that would be deformed. That bone is deformed. Just a minute here. Okay, what about this one? Let's try and it's kind of a blurry picture, so but it ain't doing what that other one is doing. Okay, so I'm gonna try. Okay, that's that one. So not deformed like this one we see at the bottom. Could not, and so anytime you're gonna put that foot on a horse, you're gonna distort and deform and wear the toe out. And that's why so many of these horses have these divots in the toe. Because when you take all this anatomy here and you start pulling it down because you're trimming the heels out, first of all, it strips the true frog out of the foot and gives you this. I mean, look at the difference. I mean, okay, look at this support in the back of this horse's foot. This is between the bulbs. Between the bulbs is where we're looking. This is a frog stay. Okay, to this. Are you kidding me? And I have tried to make these relatively the size that they would be. And so this horse here originally had at least this much more foot, you know, but this horse, probably an old foot. And well, I know it was old. See, if you've ever seen the full legs of this horse, you're like, what? You're like, what? Uh, I'm going to show you a picture just a minute. We want our horses to look like that? What? And the thing was that so he come out with this book in 1992 and it took off, you know, natural. Everybody wants, you know, just like what's that butter supposed to be just like Mother Nature, but it's killing you. Uh, what is that? I can't believe it's not butter. Yeah, no, it's seed oil and it's killing you. Come to find out they're killing all of us with that crap. So, everybody's into nature, nature this, nature that. So he come out right at the right time because, of course, natural horse care or no, natural um, horsemanship was becoming a big deal in 1992. It was really starting, you know. And so what with what Tom Dorrance and what was that other guys? Anyway, all them people they were starting to this natural horsemanship craze was starting. And so this natural hoof care fed right into that whole natural horsemanship thing. And so, anytime somebody comes along saying nature this and nature that, have you ever noticed how everybody jumps on the bandwagon? So which hey, we want our horses to have the best. We assume nature is the best, you know. Well, tell that to some poor calf that's having his rear end eat out while he's alive by some freaking wolf. Okay? And all the other cruel, evil, wicked, horrible things in nature. Um, Nature isn't always good. All right. So we should not be deceived by the word natural just because some Yahoo comes along and go, oh, it's natural. You know, nature can kill you. So anyway, get bit by a rattlesnake and see. That's natural. So I want to show you this thing in this book here. I'm going to show you what the leg this foot came off of. Page 68. Where are we going here? Page 68 in the natural horse. Okay. Here we go. Just a minute. I got to change. We got to stop share. And, okay. Are we back to what's pinned there? You see me?
Yep.
Okay. So I got the 1992 edition, the 1997 edition, and the 2020 edition. So this is the 1992 edition. This is the book that started it all, people. This is why you and I are here. Okay? This book has had a big impact on your life. And all the claims he made in this book, okay? So we go to page 68 and I want you to see the foot. Now, he cut the leg off of it. Okay? And I can see why. And so in let's see, in the third book, he made sure he didn't put this picture in there. Because now if you were looking at that picture and he was telling you that's the foot should be on your horse, do you think you might have second thoughts? Look at that deformed, whacked out looking thing. See? And here you got a front foot, which he took at an angle so that you didn't see that it had run forward heels. Just a minute here. Okay, and he says heel length and heel angle tend to be the same for front and hind hooves. He never does give an actual heel height. Okay. What he does do is he draws pictures. Let me show you. Well, he draws pictures like that. Like that. That's the foot we're all supposed to have on our horse right there. But it doesn't even agree with other pictures. See, these are all dead feet. Okay? But the one he made, like, I guess he didn't notice this horse actually had heel. You know, because he said all heel height was relatively the same. Just a minute here. There you go. That's what all our horses' feet are supposed to look like right there. 30-degree hairline. And they are all from this one horse right here. That this is the picture you see all over the internet. Okay, now in this book, he said that he measured, examined, and photographed 107 wild horse feet right here, 107 wild horse feet at the Litchfield Corrals in Northern California. Okay, but then in the 2020 book, he changed it up, said he did 250 horses and 1,000 feet. But there's not one photo in the 92 edition, the 97 edition, or the 2020 edition of any of those feet. Instead, we got that horse there that became the model. And just a minute here. So this is the 92 edition. Now, you may get sick of me talking about this, but I'm telling you that this guy changed all of our lives. Okay. Now we would have probably had just farriers if one for him. No, actually, the farriers were starting to grow heels on horses because of Leslie Emery's book. Because of this book right here, they were starting to grow heels on horses because of him. But this Yahoo made friends with this Yahoo, and this Yahoo convinced this Yahoo that his theories were all completely wrong and that his were right. And so that's why you and I are here today. Otherwise, countless horses would be alive today. My horse would have been in far, he'd have the feet he's supposed to have, because this guy would have figured it out if that Yahoo there wouldn't have convinced him that his theories don't work. So this guy, this is an excellent book. Okay. This guy fell by the wayside. This book was written in 1976. This Yahoo comes along in 1982 through 86, befriends this guy. I don't think he liked him that well, but I don't know. And convinces him his stuff don't work because you got to go the natural way with the wild horse research. See, here's the thing too. I called this guy and talked to him. I asked him, did you ever actually see any of those pictures that Jamie Jackson, your friend? By the way, he's the inventor of this right here. He invented that. So I asked him, I said, did you ever actually see any of the evidence, the proof, the pictures? He said, well, you know, I saw those examples that he had freeze dried, meaning he saw the examples of the dead horse feet. That guy never saw any pictures. You know why? Well, I don't know. Why do you think? Maybe because there never were any, right? Okay, so hold on here. I got something else to show you. Which one's this? Okay. This is the 1997 edition of the same exact book. Okay. Now he states the same numbers, 107 horses, 200 and some sets of feet, at the Litchfield Corrals. Now, you know what they do there, right? They rope the horse, they stretch him out, and then you got to run up there and try and, while they're branding them, checking their teeth, giving them a vaccination, and gilding them, if they're stallions, and try and get measurements on feet with the hoof gauge, which he said he couldn't do. Said he'd come back at a later date. Did he go back? I don't know. So let's look at this one. He's got the same pictures in here. See that funky looking foot there? This is the one that became the model. Okay. Okay. So that's the second edition. Now let's look at the, oops, don't be doing that. No. Stay there. Now I'm going somewhere for you folks that you need to know. Okay? Okay. Here's the third edition, 2020. Okay? In this book, this is where he changes up the number from 107 to 250, and from measuring, examining, and photographing over 1,000 feet, he says in this book. Of course, he's printing his own books by this time. He ain't using a publisher. And so if we go to page 68, he's changed the picture. See, he cut the leg off that horse. Okay, and what do we got here? Ultimately, this is the foot that became the model. This is the left rear foot that became the barefoot model that we are all supposed to put on our horses. Why did this foot become the barefoot model? Well, because in the front foot, he finally figured out that this foot was showing that this horse had horse actually had almost a 2-inch heel, but that it was totally run forward. So this foot got tossed, and this foot became the barefoot model. So if you were to look at this foot, you would see that in the heel, that the heel is right next to the frog. You see that? So you look at the side, it's a low heel, right? Worn out. You look at the bottom picture, you got the frog there. Now, we've already seen the inside of this foot, that the horse has no frog, right? Very thin frog right here. And low heel next to frog. So if you're used to seeing heels that don't have frog between them, and then you see a horse that maybe has heels, but the frog has fully grown in and is attached to the heels, well, then you could mistake that. You could mistake that. And of course, just a minute here. This again, this was the image. This was the original image. No heels. See? No heel. And we got him on YouTube saying he believed wild horses had no heel. Okay, so that's a third book. Okay, well, fine. Now, I wanted to show you something in this book here. When he come out with this one, see his business was taken off. So if we go to the back here, let's get in the very back. Well, now we've got all kinds of advertisements and stuff, see, that you can buy. Not only that, but he's also advertising for, oh, look there, who's that? You know who this is? A Lifetime of Soundness by Hildred Strasser. Okay, now she was a German veterinarian, and she was doing all this research, and she believed that horses had to have ground parallel coffin bones. And There were actually people over in Europe that were prosecuted for basically animal abuse because her trim was so severe. So him and her met, and the two of them set off the barefoot trimming deal here. Now, by this time, he's writing another book. Now, remember what I say. He says in these books that he was able to measure in the third book, by the third book, 2020, he says, I was able to contract with BLM to examine these wild horses closer, and I was able to measure, examine, and photograph over 1,000 feet, but not one photo. Instead, we only have a dead horse. A dead horse that's wore its feet out. Oh, because wild horses improve over their lifetime, just like people, you know, everything wears out, people. Okay, so in this book, now we've got another book he's writing, Horse Owner's Guide to Natural Hoof Care. Okay, well, I'm going to show you something in that book. I'm going to show you the only photo of a wild horse foot that he's ever published, because it may be the only one he ever took, one or two, when he was actually at the Litchfield Corrals. And that is this book here, Horse Owner's Guide to Natural Hoof Care. We're going to go in here, and there we have it. Okay, I'm going to show you this. Now, he don't have very many of his own photos of wild horses or their feet, just so you know, live ones. Okay, so let's look at something else here. Now, remember this foot. Okay, now I'm going to show you this because I put this through a photo program that clears things up so you can see them. But I'm going to show you how this horse has 2-inch heels at least, and the massive frog, and the very same foot that I've been showing you. Only what do you see here? See, if you're believing that a horse has no heels and you're in a situation you have never been before where they are roping a horse and stretching him out, and that sucker ain't just going easy, you never been around nothing like that before. Okay, and they don't want you there anyway, bud. Okay, because you're going to get in the way and you're going to get them hurt. Okay, but the head of BLM said, oh yeah, you got to let him do this. And so you don't want him there, but he's there. And so them vets are rushing in there to do their thing, and everybody's doing their thing. And that horse, I mean, it's dangerous. So you can see this is a rear foot because the rope is headed that way. If they had a front foot, the rope would be headed that way. So I'm going to show you this horse. What I think is this horse, which is one of the few pictures he actually took at Litchfield that is actually in the other book. See, he didn't put this picture in the other book. Why not? See, I don't think he even sees what's really here. See? Because just like me looking at those pictures of Pete Ramey's feet that had heels, but I didn't see it. Why didn't I see it? Just a minute here. Because of this. Hold on. Oh my, look at that. This is my binder that I made up when I first started trimming in 2005. And in around 2007, when I saw this on the internet, I put it in the, in the plastic here. See, you can put that in there. And so this image was put in my head. And so even though I saw other images like the one I often show on Pete Ramey's page and the one I've been showing you of the horse that had heels, I didn't see those heels for almost 10 years. They were right in front of me and I didn't see them. And see, I don't think these people see them either. I don't think Jackson saw them the day he took the picture. See? But I'm going to tell you what. So I don't think he's lying. I think he thinks horses' feet really look like this. But what I question is, did he really ever go back to the Litchfield corrals and take those pictures like he said he did? You know, that's what I question highly. Okay, now I got this book here. Time to rethink horseshoes. Okay, so you see, I really went for it, you know. Yeah, this is 2007. I printed that out in 2007 there. And this was Hope for Soundness. Hope for Soundness by Gene Ovenick. See, trimming procedure for horses left barefoot. Now, Gene Ovenick. See, Hope for Soundness. Hope for Soundness. That's Gene Ovenick. So Jackson said he did his research in 1990 or 1982 to 86. Well, Gene Ovenick really did do research with BLM in 1986 and 87, and neither of these men knew each other, and they both came to totally different conclusions. But somehow, with us folks, we got all this mixed up into the same bowl. And what I found out through study was this is not the same bowl of wax. See, what Jackson says and what Ovenick came to are two different things, because his wild horses actually had heels. So I didn't even realize this, but this image was put in my head, and I tried to put that on my horse for 10 years. Okay, so let me put this back over here. Now, I want to show you a picture here. I've gone through every photo, all the photo credits, everything, to find out exactly which photos are his and what aren't. And there are no pictures of any feet from the 1,000 feet he claims in the third edition of any of the horses at the Litchfield corrals. There is a photo. Okay, just a minute. Yeah, see, I've labeled them all. BLM, they're by BLM or the government or something like this. Here's one of the few pictures he took. Right here. Says young stallion with paint markings pursued by wranglers, headers, and heelers, secure horse with ropes, stretched out on the ground. I was able to measure examine, and photograph over 200 sets of feet of wild horse hooves just removed from the outback. He calls them sets, I guess, because they were roped and stuck together. Now, in the third book, he changes it up to he was able to do over 1,000 feet. See, I guess that'd be 500 sets, huh? So anyway, this is his picture here. Okay, the picture on the other page is BLM. So I went through every photo. He has very few photos, but this one is his. And this ain't a bad picture, right? And yet he claims whenever you ask him about his photos that he doesn't take very good photos. But I can show you photos he has taken here and there that are extremely good. So there's this paint horse here. Okay. Now he claims that he went to the Litchfield corrals that day and that he didn't have the right equipment to be able to measure the horse's feet. that a regular farrier's pasture or regular farrier's whatchamacallit, which I got one here somewhere. Regular get oh, here we go. This won't work. He told the wranglers that won't work on a wild horse's fit. Yes, yet in all of Gene Ovanek's research, this is exactly what he uses. See? Okay, so keep that picture in your head of that wild horse being roped by wranglers. Just a minute. Where did I put that book? Hold on. We'll leave it open to that page. Again, one of the few pictures he actually took. I'm trying to show you how we come about trimming the heels out of our horses because of this man's research. So just a second here. Ah. Let's see. Okay, so again, this is a paint horse being roped right there. Now, here we go. He comes out with this book in 1998 on natural trimming. And here we have the only picture of the 1,000 feet that I have found in any of his books. Where is it here? Ah, here we go. Right here. He says, the first time I saw a wild horse hoof. So he may have a number 2 on it. Okay. But he says here it's the first time. Okay. The first time I saw a wild horse hoof, the most natural hoof in the world up close, like this hind one, which I photographed at some personal risk. And that's right. Let me tell you what, getting in there when they're roping horses and stuff, it's hairy. Was from the end of a BLM Wrangler's rope 17 years ago. Again, this was written in 1990. Okay, published in 1999, this book. That would be, let's see, 9 minus 2, what, 7 years, 7 years since he published The Natural Horse, where he said he measured, examined, and photographed over 1,000 feet. Well, he said that a couple years later. Okay, so he says, even experienced as I was at being a professional hoof care provider, the natural hoof you see here challenged me to reassess my most basic assumption and understanding of the equine hoof size, shape, proportion, and function. Just look at the thick outer wall, black arrow, massive frog, and concave sole. Doesn't look that concave to me. White arrow. The number 2 is literally pasted on the hoof. One of several hundred photographs I cataloged. Why aren't any of his photographs in any of the 3 editions of the book where he said that he was able to measure and photograph? First book, second book, same book, over 200 sets, 107 horses. Third book, 2020, after he wrote this, he changes it up to 250 horses and over 1,000 feet. Where's the photographs? Because maybe there weren't none. Because maybe, I don't know, maybe he never went back. Maybe it was too scary. Maybe he didn't want to take that personal risk. Maybe he thought, hey, why endanger my life when I can go to another facility and just collect a bunch of dead feet off these horses and it'll be way safer? Right? Here's the foot. This foot has heel, just like what I've been showing you. Okay, now I had to put it through a program to clear it up a little bit. So we're going to look at it and I'm going to draw on it and you're going to see that it has the same proportions as that foot of that Salt River horse in Arizona. Okay, so hold on. All right, hold on here. See, and again, why is this important for you to know? Because you would not be here with me were it not for this guy. Okay, so let me get this up here. Okay, let's see. Okay. Share. Okay. Now, when I should buy a program, but I use those free programs, you know, to try and clear a photo up. Um, now he's got other photos that are perfectly clear, but I swear this one in the book looked like it was muddied on purpose. You know, not saying he did. It just makes me wonder, why is this photo so crappy? So here I put it through, here's where it was originally, and I put it through a program to clear it up. Already you can see that the back of this horse's foot is massive. Okay, now here's that picture in the book. Okay, where he shows this paint stud. Well, I'm going to tell you that I think, and this is like one of the few photographs he has of there. If he could show this, why couldn't he show us any of the 200 sets of feet he did, which would have been over 400 feet? Or, hey, like he claimed in the year 2000, that when he changed it in the book, that it was, over 1,000 feet. Um, why can't we see any of those pictures? Why is it that we're looking at one dead foot, the rear foot of one dead horse? Why? Like I said, did he go back? When he told these wranglers, hey, I just don't have the right equipment, I'm going to go have to make me a little hoof meter reader or something to come and measure these horses' feet, but I'll be back. Did he ever go back? If so, well, let's see some photos of all these so-called feet you examined. How is it that the rear foot off of one dead wild horse became the model that got put in my head, that I tortured my horse with, and that I trimmed my pony into mechanical laminitis with, and that I'm here, sitting here right now, doing this? Okay, so, oh, well, that's not exactly what we wanted to look at. Boy, that was pretty horrifying. It's where this mare, can a horse hurt themselves or not? That horse rammed a stick right up through her rear end there. Anyway, okay, so we're going to go this way. Okay, so I'm going to draw on this foot the same exact thing that we had on the other. Just a minute, I'm just looking for the best rendition. Okay, we'll do this one. So he got in there. It's hairy. Okay. When, if you want to know how hairy, go look up Mexicans roping horses down in Mexico for sport. Like, how we have a rodeo here and we rope steers. They do it to horses. It's deplorable. And this guy thought polo was inhumane. Because he's kind of that type. And so, and polo can be inhumane, okay, but Leslie Emery, the guy that wrote Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care, that believed in horses should have heels, in 1976, whose book was getting real popular, and people were starting to follow it, Okay, but Jackson convinced him it wasn't true and his method didn't work, and that's why you and I are here. Leslie Emery was a polo player. And so Jackson says in his interview on YouTube that he thinks polo is, inhumane. It's just terrible. Not saying it's not, okay? But it's nothing. If he thought that, it's nothing compared to roping a horse, stretching it out with no they didn't knock those horses out, people. They go in, this is a cowboy way. They go in there, they stretch that horse out just like a calf and they gild it. So that's pretty much it. So, okay, so we're going to look at this foot to show you that it's the same. I know it's blurry, okay, but you can see that this foot had more heel than what you would think. So let me see how I want to turn it around. Okay, I can show you here. This is the best view. Okay, so let me get the annotator. Okay, let's see. So, well, I'm going to use orange for the coronary band, which is going to be clear up here.
Linda?
Yeah?
Can I ask a question? Would
Sure.
another sign that we know that it has more heel be the fact that this horse has so much hoof wall?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
Amen.
Flo.
Heck yeah.
Right?
Yes.
It wouldn't have that hoof wall if it didn't have a tremendous heel.
That's right.
Right. Okay.
That's right.
I'm looking at it going, okay, what else am I seeing here? What else?
Yeah.
Here?
Hey,
So.
that is great. That is a great observation because I noticed that as I restored heel to my horse, that his hoof walls started getting thicker.
Right.
Yeah. Wow, that's great. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Okay, so there's the coronary band up there, and the heel goes down here to there, where then it goes, like that. Okay, and the frog is way high up here. Coming, well, heck, frog, it's on that there, and then clear over to here. Now, this is in the back of the foot here. Up behind the foot. See? This is up behind the foot, and then this is under the foot. Let me do the other heel. Now, here's something interesting too. This foot has been rasped. Makes you wonder why. Why would he rasp it? We've all done enough trimming to know that hoof walls don't look like this unless they have been rasped with a rasp. Am I not correct?
Absolutely.
So what did he do? How much did he rasp down? What did he believe beforehand that he was trying to prove? See, he read lots of books. He's a reader, that guy. Okay, he read lots of books. He came to some conclusions before he ever went out there. And he could not wait to tell Leslie Emery, your ideas won't work. See, you all need to go watch the interview with him on YouTube. Okay? Watch the interview with him. When he says, they have no heel, flat as a pancake. He's relating a conversation he has with Leslie Emery, the guy that wrote Horseshoeing and Theory in Horseshoes and was trying to advocate for growing more heels on horses, that he purposely left Arkansas to go shoe with that guy in California. And so they had been buddies for a while and shooting information back and forth and all that. and wanting to see what natural feet were like, because in Emery's book, he said more investigation should be done into wild horse feet. So Emery was very anxious to find out what their feet were like. And so the first person Jackson calls when he gets out of the corral, of course, he gets out of the corral and he tells those wranglers, I don't have the right stuff. I'll be back. And he calls Emery, had to go to town. And the first thing when Emery asked him was, well, what are the heels like? Or, what kind of heels? Flat as a pancake. No, he said, they have no heel. Not just low heel. Now, look, he's only seen this one set of feet. And he's already determined these horses have no heel. Now, if you're in this really dramatic situation, trying to look and measure these feet, it's difficult. And you see, like, he maybe not rafts down much, but it don't take. We looked at that other wild horse's foot, just had a little nubbin down there, didn't he? All you'd have to do is just rasp off a little, and it's going to go right down to that frog. So he tells Leslie Emery on the phone, when Leslie Emery asks, what are their heels like? They have no heels. Flat as a pancake. Oh, what do you mean they have no heels? Just that, they have no heels. Flat as a pancake. Well, what about the dorsal wall angle? Because, see, you got to understand that you saw me in my horse's trim standing my horse up, giving the dorsal wall a steeper angle by leaving heel and taking toe. Okay? Taking toe down. All right? So this stands a horse up and gives them better heel height. And this helps the back of the foot unbind. And this is what Emery was doing. So he says, what about the angle, the dorsal wall angle? Well, I don't know. From the looks of it, from what I can tell, it's steep. So Emery says, well, how can they have no heel and have a steep dorsal wall angle? And Jackson says, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. Well, he did. He went and got himself a horse's foot with no heel that had worn its heel down. It's a wild horse. So now, see, I was a successful bad barefoot trimmer in that I could remove the heel and take the whole toe back at the same time and make the foot hold together. And this horse with the model foot, okay, that horse, because of movement and over time, was able to wear the heel totally down. The frog dried out and bound the foot together in the periopal, and he wore his toe off too, so that the foot bent. The foot was bent in the capsule. That is how you can have no heel and a steep dorsal wall angle. It's a distortion. But he went and found himself a foot at the Palomino Valley facility that agreed with what he had already been reading in other books. See, because this has been being taught for 250 years. So while I believe that he believes that horses have no heel and that he has no idea what he's looking at here, or he never would have published it in this other book. He doesn't have a clue what he's looking at. Okay? Because he's convinced himself that horses have no heels. And the thing about it is that these people that convince themselves of this also then think that this really sound wild horse has that kind of foot. And so they don't understand why they seem to be doing all the right things and, taking the heels down and making that 30-degree hairline. And here you got a German vet that agrees with all this too. That kind of backs you up. They don't understand it because they've seen the wild horses, they've seen how sound they are, and yet we're doing this in domestication. It's just not working out. Must be diet. See? Must be diet. That's why. Well, no, they just have been deceived. They believed a lie to begin with. The lie came from Philip Lafosse in 1754 that said horses should walk on their frogs and you should lower the heels and make the horses walk on their frogs. This is what Dr. Strasser, the German vet that he collaborated with in his 1997 book, and she used his stuff and he used her stuff. This started the barefoot movement. This is what brought us here. I've done these trims on my horse. I tried to put this foot on my horse for almost 10 years. And so, it was like, hey, you got peanut butter in my chocolate. Hey, you got chocolate in my peanut butter. And the Reese trim was born. See, her with her ground parallel coffin bone, by taking a coffin bone out of a horse's foot, taking everything off of it and throwing it on a coffee table and saying, see there, it sits flat. Horse's foot should be ground parallel, or horse's coffin bone should set flat. Put a fancy term on it, ground parallel coffin bone. And you can't take the bone out of the foot and then just set it on the table and go, yep, that's where it ought to be. And then put a protractor up against, the top of the bone to the back and go, yes, and a 30-degree hairline to boot. And we put a 30-degree hairline on, cut the heels out, and this is what we get. I want to show you a picture of something, what that trim can do. Now, does it do it to every horse? And do some horses improve because their feet were so bad from what the farriers did to them before and they were so overgrown? And then they will improve. And do some horses' feet just happen to hold together? And I mean, all this different stuff happens, yes, but that is not their true foot. This is a true foot. Now, here's the thing. When you look at it in the right way, you can see this horse's belly. Okay, this is what I wanted to tell you. You can see this horse's belly. And he's got a white spot on his belly and brown. Okay, now remember one of the few pictures he took in the book at the Litchfield Corrals of the wranglers roping the paint horse. Okay, just a minute here. Let me undo this. Let me go back to that. Get rid of this. And share. Oh, well, heck, I got that right here. Wait a minute. I don't have to show you the book. I got it sitting out here on my desk. But I got the picture right here. I'm pretty sure. Wait a minute. This is the interview, by the way. This is how the barefoot movement began with Jamie Jackson. Starts out immediately. Him talking to her, they have no heels. What do you mean? Just that, flat as a pancake. They have no heels. Yeah. See this horse? Young stallion with paint markings pursued by wrangler. See, I think this is the same horse because look at his belly. He's got that white, and then he's got brown, and he's got a little brown back here. And he's got a white legs. I think this is the same horse, and that this is his feet, and you can see a white mark here and brown here on his belly. This is the rear legs and a little bit of brown there. I think it's the same horse. And look, he's got white legs. Both of them are white legs. And here's another thing. This foot has been rasped, but this one over here has not. Okay? And so if you look over here, like I'd really like to get a really even better program to put these through to try and clarify it more. Okay, he's got white in his tail. Over here, you can see that the hoof wall is rounded. It's not rasped flat like here. And over here, I wouldn't be surprised if the frog isn't totally on the ground. You know what I mean? So, in my opinion, he had some preconceived ideas about what feet should be like, and maybe didn't agree with how Leslie Emery was growing heels on horses. There's a lot of things that seem to indicate that while they were friends, that maybe he didn't think too much of Leslie Emery. You know, um, just different things. I'll make a whole list. I can put a whole list together because I've been going through it meticulously with a fine-tooth comb. Okay, so now Tiffany said, now, okay, we're going to look at that foot. Now we're going to go back to them other wild feet, and you're going to see this foot here is just like the foot on that foot at Salt River, where horses have heels, and we have a ton of pictures of horses from there, and we can get a ton of pictures of horses from the Great Basin where they all have heels too. See, I think he believes that this horse had no heels, but he was wrong. Uh-oh, who's drawn? Somebody's annotating. Okay, let's see here. Let me go to these other pictures here. We're going to hit on this picture. Okay. Here, take a look here. Here's the Greeks. Just a minute. Up. They knew what they were talking about. See? The Greeks were realists. You know, go look at the statue. Well, Michelangelo did the statue of David, but the Greeks were realists. And all these horses on the top of the Parthenon and other places have plenty of heel for 2,000 years. This is somebody did a drawing of what it would have been like when it was in perfect condition. So you're going to tell me that's not a human foot? Huh? Oh, the toe's too long. You got to see my husband. He's a short guy. He's 5'7", and he's got the longest big toes you ever seen. Okay, so look at him now, clarifying and drawing the foot there. Heels, notches, human feet, heels. Look at that. This is the true foot of the horse. The true foot of the horse has lots of heel and lots of cartilage. This is exactly what we were looking at on that picture we just saw. But somehow he got in his head from the writings of others that horses should have low heels, because this is what came into vogue in 1754 and has continued on up to our day. Low heels with frog pressure. Crippling horses for 250 years now. My gosh, look at that. Are you saying these people conquered the world? Alexander the Great on barefoot horses. Anyway, I collect all this wild horse pictures. So see, the tact is not just one little thing here, you know. It comes from many, many, many different angles. Um, Searching for the truth, discovering the error. See, figuring out why people came to the interpretations and conclusions they did. I can tell you from reading some of these old texts and what, they started propounding in the 1700s about horses having low heels, how somebody could read that stuff and come to that conclusion, okay? And be mistaken when they looked at that foot. I don't think he did it on purpose. I'm just a little irritated because I highly, highly, highly question if he ever actually went back and did and took the measurements, examinations, and photographs of 1,000 feet. See, because I think if he'd have done that, he'd have come to some very, very, very different conclusions and would have come to a whole different understanding. So I do not condemn him for being mistaken. But I'm not real happy about the fact that he's telling me horses have no heels. Well, tell that to the Greeks, you know? Tell that to them. And not just the Greeks, anything before 1754, any paintings, anything, they all have heels. Look, you are deforming and torturing a horse to force his foot to be what that one dead wild horse model is. Okay, so anyway, let's see. Okay, so we're going to go back to this other picture real quick here. If I can find it. Okay, this baby here. Okay, this is the same foot right here that we have. Let's see here. Right here. Same kind of foot. Same kind of structure. Down to the nitty gritty. Say, except that this one's been rasped. Like, we're all stupid. Same foot. Same kind of foot. All right. And so, again, he puts this in his book on foot trimming, saying, this is the first foot I ever saw. So you put all this together. His interview tells a story of going to the Litchfield Corrals, gets in there, pretty hairy. After all, we saw him say, I did this at some personal risk to myself. He seems to say that stuff a lot. Okay, so, who could blame him if he didn't go back, right? My God, if you could just go get some dead feet and not have to endanger your very life, who wouldn't be up for that? After a while, I've got a wife and a family. I don't know if he had a family. I know he has a wife. But why endanger yourself? If I could just get dead feet, that'd really expedite the matter, you know? And then you've already got some preconceived ideas, so what the heck, And then you're not really liking Leslie Emery's ideas anyway, So this is a good chance to kind of outdo him. And let me tell you something that happened. So there are, well, no, we're not going to go there. I'll tell that a different time. So now you know the rest of the story. This is why you are all here. This guy is the founder of the natural hoof care barefoot movement. Him and Hildred Strasser, who they both believed the wrong thing. I'm going to show you a picture. They're going, oh God, not another one. Okay, hold on here. I got to get to you to Facebook. Oh, who did I send it to? Wait a minute. Okay, I gotta find this book. Hold on. I just had it. Hope for soundness. What did I do with you? book. Let me put these away. Okay, so I just have this little book here, Hope for Soundness by Strasser. Now remember, in his 1997 book, him and Strasser are collaborating. That is the word I was looking for. Collaborating together with their ideas. Their errors, what did their errors do? Their errors supported one another. And the natural hoof care movement was born because it's a combination of both of them. Just a minute here. I'm looking for some stuff. Hold on. Now, what did I do with that book? Back here? Well, I wanted to show you a picture out of Hope for Soundness because you're going to see the example how the truth is the exact opposite of what them two propounded. Well, that is just so weird. I mean, I've just been sitting here. I haven't gone anywhere. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, here it is. Okay. A little book here. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. First of all, look at that ugly foot. Okay. Get in here. I sent a picture of this to Ray Hannon because she studied Strasser. Just a minute. Let me find it. I'm going to show you what this gal believes and teaches about heels. Just a second. Okay, well, first of all, right there says left side view of ground parallel coffin bone. Right cross section of a ground parallel coffin bone. Okay, first of all, you don't take the bone off of everything and just throw it on a table and say that's the way it should be. See? That in and of itself is utter, what would you call, well, it don't get more quackish in research than that. So let's see, wait a minute. I'll find this picture. Come on, I know your heels are here somewhere. Here, but while I'm looking for that, I'm going to let you peruse something else here. Just a second. Just so you know how serious of a deal this is, which if you've been in this and your horse has been harmed, you understand. Okay, so where am I here? You know, I've gotten letters and pictures and stories for years from people. Just a second. Okay. So read this here while I'm looking for this picture because this picture is going to explain to you what this now does it do this exact thing to all feet? No, but it does it to a great amount. Okay, let's see. Where are we at here? Okay, so take a look at that. I'm gonna have to go find it on the forum page because I'm having a hard time finding it in that book again. There's a lot of pages in that book. So hold on. Dum. Yeah, Aaron, your comments being removed. I found it useful. Okay, 69 comments. Let's see. It's gonna take me a minute to find this picture, but it's pretty important that you see it. Okay, so hold on a second. Um, do, 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 do. Well, let's take a 10-minute break so I can find this picture. And if you want to go do something or whatever, do it. And that way I need to get some water and stuff anyway. So, and now I gotta find this picture in this book. So I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay, I'm back. This is what I wanted to show you. Okay, now this is what they both teach, and this is what David Landerville strives for as well, because he follows Jamie Jackson. Okay, this is in Hope for Soundness, the book that Jackson advertised in his 1997 edition of The Horse's Hoof. Let me see. I need to get my thing opened up again. Hold on. Get my IV cam started again. Just a second. Okay, there we go. I don't want to do that. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's see. Make sure I'm sharing in the right spot here. Okay. Okay, so it says when the bulbs and the heels are on the same level in a healthy hoof. They say this is healthy. Casanopon said the exact opposite, that this would be a healthy foot. Of course, they've drawn this foot without a frog at all, but on a horse like where the foot is correct, the back of this foot would be filled up with frog. This is also just a distorted foot where the frog has been pulled under. And so, see, they have never seen the true foot of the horse. And so this is actually kind of what my horse's foot is like right now, to a point. This is what they're saying is healthy. But this is what caused what happened to that horse you just saw. Okay, where it caused mechanical laminitis. And so this is with the bulbs on the ground and the cartilages forced down and the frog forced under the foot. So it says when the bulbs and heels are on the same level and a healthy foot left. No, bulbs are supposed to be up here. Frog and these heels are supposed to be, these heels are curled in. These heels should be uncurled. The bulbs are curled in. All this should be pulled out, and then the frog would come back between the bulbs and up between them, and grow where it's supposed to. So both of these feet are distorted. But see, if you have been led to think that this is heels, and you don't know what real heels are, then if you ever saw real heels with frog, you wouldn't know what you were looking at. So she says, and this is, I mean, this is part, I didn't get the full picture there, but here's what she says. The hoof can act as a suction cup even on ice. Oh, no, it won't. I mean, if that just makes me want to poke myself in the eye with a freaking ice pick to hear crap like that out of people. No matter what, that foot is not going to be a suction cup. See, she also, being over there in Europe, has read, I'm sure that Lafosse's book was also translated into German. Okay. And that's stuff that he propounded in 1754. Before that, all horses had real heels and real frogs. So again, this is also a distortion. She says, the hoof can act as a suction cup, even on ice. No, it can't, because the coffin bone isn't like a plunger. Okay. now it amazes me that she took the bones out of feet and should have been able to look at them and realize, hey, that doesn't like descend down and turn into a suction cup like a plunger. But this is actually what some of the first, okay, that guy that was a real low life that ran the Royal Veterinary College for 40 years, Edward Colt, now whatever his name was, that guy come up with the idea that the foot acted like a plunger, like a suction cup. She didn't come up with that idea herself. This is stuff, see, this is stuff that people read. This is stuff that people learn from bygone days. They pick up these ideas in their head and it affects how they look at horses' feet. Now, she didn't butcher horses on purpose, but because of what she was fed and the falsehoods that she received, then she couldn't see the truth of the matter. You know, anybody would be able to look at a coffin bone and tell, hey, that thing doesn't descend down and flatten out like a suction cup. So she says, the hoof can act as a suction cup, even on ice. Yeah, whatever. This is not possible when the heels are unnaturally high and the bulbs do not have ground contact as on the right. This is supposed to be the coronary band. It's supposed to be clear up here. And that frog is supposed to fill up the whole back of the foot. It is that frog in the correct. Now, a real frog could give a horse tremendous traction, but no horse is going to have tremendous traction on ice. Okay? That's just not going to happen. Anyways, all right. So that's her. So then I'll show you another picture right alongside that. And let's see, where would that be? Just a minute here. Oops, wrong book. Maybe I will, and maybe I won't. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Natural horse, natural horse. Why do I keep misplacing my books? Oh, there it is. Okay, we're going to see the same thing in this book here. Okay, I'm going to go back to here. Let's see, stop share. Okay, now, remember, Jackson and Strasser, same deal. Now, I want you to notice this picture here especially, okay? Because this is the same as the picture we just looked at that she would consider high heels, as did Jackson, okay? So he's showing this foot to be the good foot and this foot to be the bad foot. He's saying the same thing Strasser did. He says above left, unnaturally, or above left, okay, unnaturally worn, very bulbous heel bulbs caused by shoeing. Whatever. Heels are excessively and dangerously too long. You see how they're putting this garbage in people's heads? Yeah, heels are excessively and dangerously long too, reports Dr. Strasser. The frog and bulbs should have ground contact, and no high heels should protrude to cause lever forces. These unnatural forces are causative factors for thrush, navicular pain, deformation of the hoof, including contraction and so on, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, they're not. No, they're not. It's the fact that they've been trimming heels out. Now, if we were to look at this, we would know that this foot is, even though these heels are high, we know now these are false heels, that these are heels because the heels have been being trimmed out, that they have curled around behind. And if that happens enough and you get enough hoof binding, yeah, that is going to cause navicular. But these are not the true heels of the horse. So if I got this foot here and I was restoring heels to it, eventually I would want this frog under here. I would want these heels to come back out like that, because see, the bulb and everything has been pulled in like this, just like we always talk about. I would want these heels to come back out, and this frog, which you can see the top of the frog right here, right there, actually this part of the frog belongs clear up here. Clear up here. So this is just a worse rendition of this foot here. So this is a stage that my horse's foot has been in. I don't think his heels were ever contracted quite this much. So but here's the thing, you know where this picture came from? It came from, just a minute. It came from Leslie Emery's book. Jamie Jackson borrowed it so that he could show how wrong Leslie Emery was in his book. Leslie Emery not only was growing these heels, but he'd also put a shoe on the horse to elevate the back of the foot even more, because he was getting good results in curing navicular by growing heels. Let me see if I can find it. Anyway, it's in his book here. Well, so Jackson talked him out of that. And the funny thing is, I talked to him on the phone, and he tried that barefoot trimming, and he could never make it work. There's his picture right there. See? It says shoe with layback lifts for navicular lameness, full fit in quarters and extending back to where the run under heel should be. So he was growing these heels out, and he was using instead of a wedge pad, which I think this is pretty clever, instead of a wedge pad, he had a curl in the back of this that would elevate the heel even more, so that you would get a high hairline. And see, that is exactly what I'm doing to Valor. I'm taking down his toe, and I'm allowing his heels to extend up to 2 inches and a little longer, so that he will have a straighter hairline, so that his foot is up where it wants to be, so that it will not keep turning his heels and pulling his heels and his bulbs around behind him and in. Okay, so now we've gone full circle. And again, if Jamie Jackson would have kept his rear end in Arkansas, instead of going to California to shoe horses with this guy, and then they got into his supposed wild horse research, you and I would not be here today. This guy's book took off and farriers were following it. And in 1988, he was invited to a farrier conference in Lexington, Kentucky, to share his ideas because they were working. And he told those guys, he said, I'll only do it contingent upon if Jamie Jackson can come with me and share his ideas. Well, that was a mistake. And of course, you know, they pretty much didn't think much Jackson. But doesn't matter, because his ideas took off. And this guy fell by the wayside. His book is no longer read, but I'm telling you that his ideas were correct. Okay. So, we just got to get into this historical stuff, because these people affected your life. These people are why your horse is the way it is. Not just them, Philip LaFosse and the heads of the vet schools 250 years ago. So what is your foundation of knowledge? Where does it come from? How did these people come to their conclusions? It's vital that you know how they came to their conclusions, because then you'll know whether they were correct or whether they were incorrect, and then you can make a better decision in heading towards the truth, which is going to save you a lot of heartache in the end. Okay, so I'm going to just show you uh, Valor's feet this morning that I took pictures of, so you can see how much the frog grew. As people look at my feet, my God, she's stripping the frog right off of them. Well, no, I'm just really thinning it down so that it will release the inner foot that's been deformed and distorted and contracted into something it shouldn't be. All right, so because when that hoof capsule grows and everything gets thick and hard and blah, nothing's going to move, people. All right, so just a minute here. Got to go find that. These are the pictures I took this morning. So I'll probably trim him tomorrow. Let's see here. And of course, everything I do now is exact opposite of what I did when I was barefoot trimming for 10 years. Okay. I took pictures of all his feet this morning. I did a full set. Okay, so let me go up here. Okay, so I'm going to show you what his frog looked like on this foot. I'll show you this foot and what it looked like on March 24th. And then we'll look at today, because that's about a month, isn't it? Okay, so zoom. Now, unless you have looked at a lot of wild horse feet and see that they have massive heels and straight hairlines, you would look at this feet because you've been brainwashed by the barefoot movement into thinking you got to have a 30-degree hairline and everything has to look so. This foot is not where it's supposed to be. It's on the way. But I want you to look at, other than where he's got some damage from when he half tore his cartilage off, I want you to look at the quality of the hoof wall. And of course, we do things like put big notches in them, like kind of like the wild horses do, but mine don't look as nice, and things like that. And there's a purpose for all this. Anyway, I'll show you what's going on here. Then you'll see how much soul and how much frog I have in a month from now. Okay, so just a minute here. Okay. If I can figure out where I'm at and what I'm doing. Okay, share. Okay, so it'd been several weeks since I put this funky notch that wound up being back here because I was trying to get these heels to stand up more. So that's kind of what it looked like. Now, the whole foot is shifting back. The anatomy is plumping out from where it's been compressed and pressed in and pulled under the foot. Again, these bulbs here, these heels are going to widen out. These bulbs, this is all going to move up, and this frog is going to come back through here and up back behind a foot to support the whole back of the foot. When all of the internal anatomy is able to pull back and up into the position it is meant to be. So, okay, so this would have been, again, a 325 or whatever that was. So I trimmed down the frog to where it is soft, supple, inner layers. Now, if you are in hard ground and a bunch of rocks, you're going to want to put a boot on your horse. Okay. I'm in a sod soft pasture out here. So I don't offer him any protection. My heels are curled in. I am also taking out the curl so that the heels will straighten out and all of this grows back, and nothing that I have done has caused this horse any discomfort at all. Believe you me, I've been watching him for, well, how old is he now? 23, 24. Okay. I've been watching him. A little hair is out of place and I'm freaking out. Okay. His attitude, everything. I noticed every detail about this horse. So I don't want to do anything that's going to harm him, hurt him, make him uncomfortable because I will notice it. Okay. But if he had to walk down a gravel road, probably wouldn't be the best right now. Understand? Because he has just got a trim. His frog has been taken down to fresh, live, good frog. We've got to get this cleft between the frog where the frog stay grows that have been shoved forward. We have to get that thinned down and get that opened up so these heels and everything else and the bulbs can spread. Now look here. Show you. This is not right. This is not supposed to go down like that. See that? That is supposed to be clear over here. Like that. And then this frog that's up here, this thing is supposed to come back through here and be clear up here behind the foot. Okay. That's what we've been looking at. So it's not where I'm at, it's where I'm at and where I'm going. Two different things, and getting this understanding of this journey that you're taking, that you're allowing them. And they just feel better and better because the more you restore the foot, the better their joints are, the better their tendons are, the better movement they have, the better traction they have. Okay. Okay, so when you get into the innermost layers of the frog, it turns opaque. And like if I were to wet this, you would be able to even see some pink in there because the frog corium is pink, like skin. It looks just like skin. Like when I do a dissection, I drain all the blood out. That's the actual color of the foot. It doesn't look bloody. Okay, it's not that it, like when you take a hoof capsule off, that thing looks bloody. Okay, because you have ripped it apart. But when it's not ripped apart and it's all together, it's pink. The foot is pink, like the skin on the leg. Okay. Well, I don't know if the skin on the black leg is pink, but I know on white and light colored horses it is. All right. I have to think about that. Okay. All right, so this is the last trim. That's back foot. I did notches in every foot. All right, so let me get today. Hold on. Where am I at? Okay, so here I am today. And it's been raining for a week. Nice and wet. Let's see. Okay, so here's a month later. A month later. Now, when I trimmed his heels out and all the horn tubules ran forward, they got right here and then they said, we're not going any further. And I got a pillar crack or a toe quarter crack. It's the same thing as a quarter crack. And what a quarter crack is when instead of cracking here, it'll crack up here because the horn tubule of the capsule in front of it says, I'm not moving. And they said, well, we'll just push past you then. And it creates a crack. But the more his heels are restored and the height of the back of his foot. It used to be that this thing would always open up at the bottom. And I don't know if I'll ever get rid of that crack, but I do know that it never opens up anymore. So, okay, so I got about 3.5-inch dorsal wall here. And you notice how the growth rings are very even and stuff, because the growth ring is the growth coming down. Like, look at the coronary band groove here. The coronary band is behind there, and it's from here to here. So they're all about that distance, your growth rings. And look at the top of my foot here. Okay, it's longest at the center of the toe, but then the hairline dips down, so there's no jamming in the toe pillars, quarters, whatever you want to call them. You know, because I've learned how to rasp my toe down correctly to the actual shape and keep an eye on these. Okay, so that's the other side, the medial side. It's where we're at on the medial side. And his bulbs are spreading apart and becoming straighter all the time. Let's see. He's got still got a lot of support. These heels have to still come out and be unbent, and these bulbs widen up, and that frog, you can start to see the frog is coming through. Looks totally different when you pick it up. Of course, this thing doesn't want. Now, when you pick it up, this is what you see. Look at the frog right there. Look at the bulbs. See, now I just showed you a picture from before when the bulbs were. Of course, we'll have to look at another view. But it looks to me like these bulbs are coming uncurled and spreading out, and that this area where the frog stay is supposed to be is getting wider. But for once, now we have frog appearing right here. Had a little bit of it a month or two ago, but now this is all frog.
So Linda, how much would you trim out of that area right now?
I would do the same trim that I've been doing. I would just come up there. I would take this piece here, and I would just take that all out. See? Refreshing the whole thing. Oops, wait a minute. Yeah, wow. See, you don't see all this when you're taking the pictures. But yeah, that's frog, not periopal. And these bulbs are not as curled down as they were a month ago. Wow, okay. So I like to take like tipping the foot back, chink, 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 and take pictures. So yep, that's for sure frog. And look, oh, this is fabulous. Okay, just a minute. Let me do the annotate.
That chunk looks
Okay.
like it just wants to come right off, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Okay, so I drew, look at here. Here's the bulb now. Look at the growth ring on the bulb. See it right there? Okay, this one here, this one's going down still a little bit more like that. Okay, but this will come up, and these, from what I see, they're going to widen and separate while that frog comes through. And all this frog will come back. And well, look, I already got a couple layers. This is frog. Okay, remember when we were looking at that wild foot and you could just barely see the tip there, the one where we were defining all the internal parts too? And you could see that the frog skin was attaching to the heel. This is no longer periopal skin. This is frog. See right here? That's frog attaching to the heel buttress right there. Just a minute here. Hold on. Let me see if I can get that picture of that foot up there. Okay, just a minute. Okay, just a minute. Okay, here. Okay, over here. See? See? Remember, you got your heel buttress growing from clear up here down to here, but it is covered over by frog skin. Frog all along the back of the foot there, not periopal, not bulbs. A good 1 3/4 inches of frog here and a 2 inches of frog in the center. But look at, see how that looks? Okay, up here's your coronary band. Then your frog starts right here. I'm seeing this exact thing on what I'm looking at on Valor's foot. Let's see here. Let me go back to that. Okay. Okay, see right here? Well, mostly over here. Look at that. See, here's your periopal skin. Okay, and then it transitions to frog right here. Look at the creases, just like was on that foot we just looked at. See, now if this was, if it was in the right spot and I allowed it to grow, well, even now, if I allowed all this to just keep going the way it was, the frog skin is attaching to the heel as it grows. And I think I'm getting, well, I even see some more buttress there, but that wouldn't surprise me because, of course, I have trimmed the hooks out of the heel. So, of course, that's going to be there. Okay, so. So, I showed you the picture of all the frog that I mean, I took that frog down to the base layers, and now you can see the frog that's growing. It's just, it's thick, it's massive, it's strong, it's flexible. And what's more, these bulbs released and moved out as well. Let's see. And when we first started this, I showed you several months. Look at the sole. Okay, look at the sole that's growing. That wants to be exfoliatable sole. I know that this. See, this another thing too is all this happens. Your toe and the inner toe totally shift and things like that. So you wind up having what looks like a seeming dish in the toe or a kind of a flare. But as the foot shifts, the toe will also come back. The dorsal wall will get steeper. The heels will get repositioned, and all of that will come together. I've seen it go from straight to dish to straight to dish as the foot has shifted. And also because I'm leaving the toe a little forward because it creates a leverage on the back of the foot to pull the bulbs out more. Just a slight leverage. Okay. And so it gets all grainy right here. And what happens is you're going to find that this is going to create a new place for the apex of the frog. All of this will move back eventually as this frog. See, these bulbs are going to go that way, and this frog here is going to emerge out of the back of the foot. But yeah, see all the exfoliatable sole growing in there? That's what it looks like from the side. But okay, now here you can see where this bulb is still turned down. That's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be straight up here and apart. So these heels still, I don't know quite what I'm going to work on those to get them to straighten out and become unhooked more, but we'll see. Yeah, this is supposed to be up here. And of course, my heels will straighten out too. But I think a lot of that has to do, the frog helps the heels. You have the heels help the frog, then the frog helps the heels. And it just kind of goes back and forth because as the frog stay area and this area gets better, it's going to literally push the back of that foot up, which is going to push the internal heel down. Your heels, when you do barefoot trimming, they get crushed forward and up into the foot. So the heels cannot help but grow forward. And so as you go ahead and you just grow that heel anyway, and you start straightening out that frog starts moving and pushing the back of the foot up, which in turns, as you push all this up, it's going to push those crushed heels back down. Maybe not all perfectly, like they would have been if the horse had, the correct foot to begin with. But okay, so that's the medial side. I did my ugly notch. And so this, yeah, so I wanted to measure that. So I used 3.5 inches. And this might be the other foot. I don't know which foot that is. That's my foot. That's my foot. Let me see what I got here. I think, okay, this is the other foot. All right. So let's see what's going on there. So lots going on there also with and this foot was the same. Trim it the same, trim the frog down the same. And what you're seeing here is the bulb separating and the frog emerging and moving. These bulbs, these heels are a little more still turned in. I haven't done quite as much as with them as the others. But he's just growing a ton of sole. And these bulbs are more, see that? Horses' feet are not supposed to be like that. Those bulbs are not supposed to be like that. They're supposed to be clear over here, and they're not supposed to be spooled in like that, curled in like that. And so I've only seen one or two horses where I could see the frog in the back of the foot. I did have this one horse I was trimming, and he wound up having a huge, wide frog stay. Where you could literally see the frog way between these bulbs. These bulbs spread out. Okay, so see what I got here. Anyway, in the back of the feet, they're coming along gradually. But still, look, periopal rope, bulbs still pulled under the feet, but they're getting better. Anyway, okay, so that's on him. And let's see here. I think that's really all I want to share. So now, what time is it? Oh, cripes, it's 5:18. That took forever. I think that's all we're going to do today. Sorry if I didn't get to your horse. But if you want to message me, I will get together with you personally and give you some help.
Linda,
Yeah.
I sent you photos on Messenger. If you have time sometime this week, there's the lateral heel that just looks like nothing I've really seen on any of the hoof chats.
Okay, well, let's just look at it now. We're here. What's
I mean,
another hour?
I'm sure it's similar, but it's not similar enough for me to be confident about it.
Okay. Well, let's look at it. Or maybe not. No, I just
I
seen
know,
it. I
right?
just seen it. Oh my
I
goodness,
just
that
sent
poor
you a
guy.
single I sent you a single picture of the trim I did a month ago, and then just above that is a whole group of pictures I took like 2 days ago.
Okay, well, hey, let's look at him.
But
Let's
it's
see.
that one with the pink line on it that's doing a U-turn
Okay.
that is like the bane of my existence.
Well, see, and here you see what happens when you try and force a horse to walk on its bulbs. They were never meant to be walked on, right?
Right.
And stuff. And so, you've got a foot here that she says is supposed to be healthy. What's wrong with you? Well,
She is a crazy person.
yeah, she's a lunatic. But it ain't her fault. She's looking for answers and she got deceived by the people before her. See? Um, so wow. Yeah. You see where your horse is just walking on his bulbs and wearing his bulbs down, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, poor
I
guy.
washed the foot really well a couple days ago and took a whole set of pictures because this this isn't a view that's washed, but
Um, this this here, let's just back up and keep looking at some here. See, he has nothing to keep him up off the ground,
yeah.
you know. Um, and this heel over here is more this heel here, and that would be the lateral,
Yep.
is more trimmed out than the medial, you know. Um, so yeah, poor guy, trying to think of what, you could do just to get his bulbs up off the ground, you know.
Well,
Uh,
I've got that boot on it with the shim on the lateral side to
uh-huh.
keep things level. But it's like I have had expansion happening back there, and it's almost like the corium got exposed and then it's just sitting there stagnant with this little tiny covering of horn material over it, and it's been this way for 5 months.
Yeah, that's not good.
And
Um,
yeah, you can see it there. It's like it's trying to look like a heel buttress.
it could be that it's not even attached,
Okay.
you
Okay.
know.
I'm
And
like,
so uh is that the same foot or a different foot?
that's the lateral side, yep, of that foot. Sorry
Okay.
about the light in the
Oh, yep. Okay. Okay. And that's the medial side.
yeah.
See, he's got a chance on this side. He don't have much on that other side.
And you can
Yeah.
twisting the whole capsule around.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Anyway,
Yeah.
that's going back to a month ago when I trimmed.
I'm thinking I'm putting my brain to work here.
Thank you. I love you for that.
Maybe you could get some epoxy and build him a heel,
Okay.
you know? Uh Something to, kind of strengthen the wall. And see it first of all, it looks like it's really turned in here.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just got a little corner there.
Yeah. Okay.
And so he's just banging it and banging it, you know. And you know, I'm just wondering, I don't know. Got to do something uh cuz it's causing him more of a wounding than helping him.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it might, like, look at this crack here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a little crack there?
Um, go back to the washed pictures. I'm not sure. Yeah, right in there. This, yep, looks like there's a crack.
Yeah, all he's doing is wounding himself here. You know, I've seen horses have better luck when they crack the whole heel off
Oh.
and growing a new heel. Like what is this horse I was trimming for somebody one time for a while, and he did something that tore his whole heel off.
Hmm.
And that thing grew back better than it had been. I was kind of freaked out about it, you know.
Yeah.
But that thing grew back better than it was before. Um, so you know, you and I can brainstorm, but it may be that you may have to even remove a little more than what's even there just to kind of, because it, look at, it's caving in, right? Cracking there and caving in this way, pushing in this way.
I would say a little bit. It's more like it's smushed vertically.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, he's smashing it because he's walking on it and just smashing it onto his sole in here. Is he limping?
No, but I have the boot with the shim.
Oh,
So,
yeah. Okay.
so he's level, but, or she's whatever. The horse is level, but I just had a thought looking at this photo. What if I separated the heel from the bar?
Yeah. I think that'd be good. You know, anything that's holding it. And we let me keep, you know, sometimes I have to look at stuff a while. It's like with Roberta, which I don't know if she's still here, but with Roberta, um her horse Cheyenne, who has rotated and foundered and stuff, you know, I've been looking at that horse and looking at the toe for and the heels and everything for a couple months, and we've done some stuff, but then some stuff just kind of came together in my head, and we tried some other stuff, and it wound up being the thing that we needed to do. You know, so I don't want to jump. I can't just look at this and jump in and say, well, do this and that. I need to really think about this because I don't want to do anything that would make it worse. But I don't see how, even with the shim, this heel being the way it is, I just don't know. I just don't. Do you feel like it's growing at all?
If it is, it's adding in at the top and I'm not seeing it. And
Okay.
horse has been in the shit. Like I've worked on this. I know we've talked about this foot before, but like it's I haven't seen any progress in like 5 months with the boot and the shim. And so I just, and you can really see the anatomy there come to a point.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like the frog corium is trying to be straighter than,
Yeah.
you know, and then like the heel, but it's like a V shape instead of a curled shape.
Oh, right here.
No,
Linda,
like,
can I brainstorm with you guys a little bit on
Sure,
this
please
foot?
do.
Okay, so looking at all these photos, there's a few things, but if you go back to the last one, it'll be probably easier for you to see all of it, of what I'm thinking in
Other
my mind.
direction. Okay.
It would be like the siding down the hoof. think it was before that one. There you go, right there.
Okay.
Okay, so from what I'm seeing is the toe quarter on the lateral side of the crushed heel is higher. And I don't know, I haven't seen this horse in person, but a lot of times with what it looks like is going on with this hoof, I mean, is he throwing his hoof out or twisting it all to where like it looks like most of his weight is standing on that lower heel?
With the the horse stands really well. But when the leg swings forward and then lands and the horse rolls its body weight over the leg, the foot twists in and the hock goes out.
Okay, so it looks to me like that inner quarter being high is the hoof capsule is going to turn towards the high side. So the toe will turn in, therefore rolling the weight back on the lateral heel that's crushed. So what you need to do, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying if this hoof was between my legs right now, this is what I would do. I would take that inner toe down, not back. You want to leave as much hoof wall.
Am I pointing to the right?
Yes, you are, Linda. You're doing
Okay.
perfect. It's almost like you're talking. So yes. Okay, so that inner toe quarter, you're going to hit that with your rasp and you're going to lower it. Now, I know it's going to seem like a lot, but I'm telling you, if you leave the hoof capsule, the hoof wall, you'd be surprised at how much sole you can take out and the hoof still be sound, if not better. So I would just rasp that area down, trying to make it even with the quarters on both sides, even though the left side's higher. Yep, just like that. Now, if you look at the high heel buttress, now what we don't want to do is lower these heel buttresses because they just keep curling in and pulling forward, which makes it look higher. So we're not going to touch the buttress. However, the point forward the buttress is lifting that side of the hoof up over as well. So that needs to almost be kind of notched out, but leaving the heel buttress so you're not getting rid of the height from the actual heel buttress, even though it's curled
Yeah,
in.
you're leaving this.
Yeah.
But you're taking off that point.
That point above that.
Okay.
And you're gonna kind of notch that out with the almost little notch thing you got going on there. Now, once you do this, your hoof's almost gonna look flat, except for you have, your crushed heel that's lower. Okay. And then you still have a lot of bar and frog material. So if you can get in there and thin that out a little bit by removing the front of the hoof, like I just explained, and then opening the back where the bar and the frog is, he could be shifting one way because he does still have quite a bit of built up frog there, even though you may have trimmed it down, it could be compressed in the capsule. And so another reason when they're compressed, sometimes they'll throw the feet out one way or the other to relieve that pressure, which wherever the pain is inside the hoof, they'll throw their foot out in any direction to relieve that. So if you thin that out a little bit and then bars a little bit, and then lowering the front, like I just told you, it allow the sole and everything to shift back and open up in the back of the hoof. And then just leave that other heel and hopefully it'll grow in. You'll just have to stay on top of it because you stimulate what you grow. So when you lower that toe, you're going to stimulate that sole there and it's going to want to come right back. And then, also your bars and everything, keep that cleaned out. So it's something you'll have to keep up on. But I have noticed really taking care of the toe quarters, making sure that they're not dominating your hoof, but keeping your toe, if that makes sense. So you have nice thick hoof wall in the toe. You know what I mean? So you're just going straight flat.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it should allow everything to open up out the back, and that heel will be allowed to grow because it won't be crushed. And then you could still use your boots and everything to help kind of elevate that side as well. So that's my thought.
Hey, this plays right into something that Elena and I were talking about today. Okay, what happens when one heel is trimmed out and lower than the other, and how it tweaks the hoof capsule and literally forces this side to even be higher.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to show you, and here's something else too. we can think of down the line if need be, because okay, so with the bulbs on the ground and the foot wanting to be up in the air, it's naturally going to want to pull the heels in. Okay, and
Sure.
so another thing was too, before when we were trying to straighten these things, now in this foot, it doesn't make this side look higher, but at some point might want to think about too about elevating the whole back of the foot.
Yeah.
See,
Oh,
see,
oh, and there
not
was one
just
more.
one side,
Oh,
but
go
like,
ahead.
oh, go
Okay.
ahead.
I just didn't want to lose my train of thought, but I didn't want to interrupt either. But real quick before I forget, also one thing I forgot to add is if you're trimming one side and not the other, you have to remember even though the other side looks shorter, it's growing too, but it's jamming up in the cornet band. So I've noticed you got high sides that flare out and sides that look short, but they're actually long too. They jam in the cornet band. So also this hoof, you could see on the low side where the heel almost has that crack forward the buttress in the quarters. You also could do a notch in that quarter to relieve that side because the weight's all on that side. So it's jamming and it's jamming up in the capsule. So
Yeah.
if you removed that quarter and put a
Okay.
notch right there, that will also relieve your heel that's being pulled out and forward with that part of the quarter. So in a hoof like this, believe it or not, doing a pretty large notch on both sides will actually unjam the one side and allow it to move and then bring the flare side in and straighten out the capsule. So you're cleaning out your heels, your buttress, not the heel buttress, but the bars and the frog. You're doing a big notch through the quarter area, even up towards the toe quarter, because that toe quarter, whatever you do, don't let it dominate your toe and then leaving your
Okay.
toe. And I've done these on horse. I did one yesterday where he had a twisted capsule. It was jammed on one side and flared and like splayed out on the other. And I did a large notch from forward the buttress all the way up to the toe quarter. And because if you put this horse flat and look at it straight on, you might see on the short side where it almost looks like jammed as well. So just by doing that, you're going to relieve the jam side and help bring in the flared side and it'll straighten up the capsule. And the horse I did yesterday ran along her by the gator down the driveway to his pasture and he was running alongside of it and didn't show any signs of lameness. So
Okay.
leave the toe. That's the important part. But the toe quarters have to be shorter too. So
Okay. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah, no
Yeah, me
problem. Okay,
too.
go ahead,
I
Linda.
do
I'll be quiet
too.
now.
And here's interesting that you noticed that this side was high because look at the difference. Look at the difference in the growth rings.
Yeah.
See the distance from here to here. It's like here's the growth ring going right across here, but the distance from here to here is higher than the distance from here to here. Now, okay, I want to show you something because Elena and I were talking about this and da 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 da.
And you
Okay.
could almost see where he's pushed up a little bit in the hairline
Yeah.
on the right side,
Oh
like to the,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah,
So
and it's tipping him back on that heel as well.
mm-hmm.
You know, so that's going to cause that weight to fall back on that heel as well. So I want to show you something. Just a minute, because I'll show you something. Da 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 da. Hold on. See, understanding. That's what we're kind of glean here is understanding what's going on to try and help this. Let's see, just a minute.
Well, thank you for letting me jump in.
Oh, hey, no, appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to show you, first of all, I'll show you this foot here. Can you see that?
Yeah, look at that jamming.
Uh-huh, because the other heel on the other side was trimmed out more. Okay, and so that pulled that heel down and forward, and then it created this situation here. Now this is a horse I trimmed for 8 months when I was doing barefoot trimming, and
Okay.
he died. Well, he had to be put down because he got colic super bad because the vet gave him a shot injection of ivermectin and it messed him up. So this is the one also that I learned about how I was pulling the cartilage and the coronary band down and the bulbs under and everything like that. And when I took the hoof capsule off, it all went back up into place. So learned something there. So, but see, here's the deal. Just a minute. Okay, so I sent that picture to Elena, okay, because we're talking about this horse here. That
Oh, look at that.
she's having problems with.
Yeah.
Okay?
Same story, different foot.
Yeah. And so I had this deal. Let me show you here. Okay, so does anybody ever remember this guy that did the Hoof Wizard? Did you ever hear of that? Okay, the Hoof Wizard was this plastic thing that he invented because everybody's trying to come up with a way for people to trim. All right, so he invented this Hoof Wizard, and so I can't remember exactly how you use it, but you put it on there and you trim to get certain specs, right? So this basically mimics the foot. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hold one side normal while I pull the other side down. And see, so me and Eleanor were talking about this. She probably went to bed because she's in hungry. And it's really late there. And so while me and her were talking, trying to figure this out, and so I held one side of this steady and I pulled the other side, and guess what? It lifted this side up. Like I held this side steady, I pulled this down as if the same deal when you lower a heel and you pull the bulb down and it tweaks the whole capsule. Okay, and it made this side rise. So what happens is it raises up this side. Well, then it grows and it just grows and fills in and grows and fills in and grows and fills in till you get what we have on those the 2 feet I just showed you, where you got all this excess capsule now in this jamming in that pillar. See, because you're always leaving it just a tad high and stuff too. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna show you here. Let's see. Let me stop share. Okay. All right. Let me get rid of some of this. I knew I was smelling something. Okay, get this over here. Okay. Now I don't know. I'm going to have to look over here and see. So this is a hoof capsule. I'm going to try and do it.
Yeah, I see that.
See?
Yep, that makes sense.
So anyway, I got to mess with this more, but I thought this could, tell us a lot about maybe how stuff reacts, like, okay, so if I curl this side in and pull it down, well,
lift it
pushes,
up a little bit so we can see it.
It pushes this side out, it pushes this side forward and this side up, I think.
Raise your hands a little bit. There we go. I can see it now.
And see, watch the line here.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the whole hoof twists.
Yeah.
One way or the other, twist in or twist out, depending on which side's higher.
Yeah, or something. Anyway, I'll keep messing with it more so we can kind of see it,
So is that Devin? Is that you, Devin?
Yes.
Okay, I just recognize you from watching replays. So thank you for yeah, thank you.
Anyway,
you're welcome.
thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
And stuff, and I it kind of made me think, well, then the hoof keeps growing, keeps adding wall into that pillar, and then you wind up with this big fat toe.
Yeah. So would it make sense after I rasp it flat in that pillar, like, following the blue line you drew while Devin was talking, to just in that pillar bevel the wall
it
with angle to take?
Yeah.
Yeah, almost like a notch, like kind of like what Linda did on Valor in a couple previous. I don't think it was the last Zoom, maybe the one before that, because in this case you got your toe pillars or toe quarters, however, they're toe quarters, not pillars. um, kind of controlling that front area of the hoof. So if they're longer, and especially longer than the toe, and they start shifting, all them horn tubules are going to shift and pull your toe at the same time. So if you did like what we were talking about, knock it flat to where you got that toe balance so it's not lifting him up on that heel, and then go ahead and just kind of do a large notch like she did from the quarter up through the toe quarter. So you are rolling off the toe quarter, but you're leaving the toe flat. You're creating pointy toes. I know that sounds funny. They might not be the prettiest toes ever. They'll look more pointy. So it's almost like putting a back foot on a front foot kind of. But
this is a back foot anyway, so.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, yeah, if and if you got this going on in some of your other horses, you can do that too. But yeah, if you do that and just leave the pointy toe, one, the horse will be still comfortable when you're done, because if you remove the toe too, they'd be lame, wouldn't be able to walk. But also then you're leaving your toe, the dominant structure on the front of the hoof. It's going to pull everything straight forward. And it's also going to leave that leverage. It's going to help push up on the cartilages, like Linda explained earlier. So, but you're going to remove everything off those sides so that all the horn tubules can shift and straighten up and straighten out your capsule.
Okay.
Yeah. Huh. Sorry, while you're talking, I'm looking, and stuff. Well, now see, I changed this so I can have this picture like this and look at it too. Yeah, I could see why that heel's been a real problem, because it looks crushed. And two things are crushing it. One, little high right in here. Okay, yeah, like if the foot was normal, this would not be high. We'd be wanting to grow more. But
right,
like what Devin said, this little area right in here is kind of pushing you up higher than you should be. And so you can take this chunk off here, but you can leave this buttress, but you need to take that chunk off. That's what you're talking about, right, Devin?
Yeah, and just removing that will release your your heel from your quarters that are distorted, and it'll allow them to shift back and grow. And then you're leaving the toe that will keep your toe going straight. But right now your quarters are they're deformed, and they're going to keep growing that way. But if you keep them shorter, what's going to happen is you're trimming the hoof in the way where, like, there's billions of horn tubules and they're all growing out funky. But by trimming them like this, your new growth is going to allow the horn tubules to start growing out straight. So that's why you have to trim kind of frequently, so that you don't have your new hoof wall growing out and then touching the ground, and it's going to start pulling in that same direction because it's still distorted. But by doing a large notch, it gives you more time, because it comes out pretty quickly once you relieve it. But yeah, then you could see new growth coming out straight with the hoof wall. And you'll probably have to trim even faster about the time the hoof gets, like, when your new growth gets about halfway down the capsule, because you'll notice that you got the hoof moving into place plus growth. So all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, my horse's foot is growing like crazy. But yeah, I would just keep up on those. So you might have to be trimming like every 5 weeks just to kind of maintain it. Or if you go out in a week and you see your toe building up, you might have to knock it down again and just maintain everything and allow your new growth to grow out until all the deformed hoof is cut away.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Thanks, Devin.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. For
No
sure.
problem. Yeah, I've dealt with a lot of cases, so but opening up the back of the hoof and lowering that toe I have found it really helps this kind of a tweaked, distorted hoof. So
Okay.
thank you for that, Linda. Thank you for that.
Okay. Oh,
This
you're
was a
welcome.
distortion I constantly struggled with, but if the back of the hoof's all bound and all that frog and bar is packed and you got laid over bar and your heels are curled in, you can hack that toe off all you want, but it can't move back into place because of all that being packed in there. So cutting out that bar and frog and opening up the back of the hoof and then relieving the toe allows everything to start growing out straight instead of being jammed and forced forward.
Yeah, and I can see how, okay, so like here we're looking also at this side of the toe to where you could scribe out some of this because you do have some depth in the toe because the frog apex is relatively deep. And so you can see that you do have some sole up here. So if you came up here and you just scribed out, say, that much, and then just took that wall down there and then kind of beveled it, a little
Yeah.
bit, then that's going to take pressure off of this as well.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Because
lowering that side.
yeah, because it being high, so not only is this throwing the weight over there, but this toe is throwing the weight back here, like back to here.
Yeah, and then the capsule's going to shift, and then when they're relaxed, all that weight's just going to be shifted back onto your crushed heel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that's what I observe. This helps me know why I'm observing when I'm just
Yeah,
like,
there you go. See,
stop
that's
standing on
why it's
that
good for
heel.
us to all get together,
Yeah. Well, so I will tell you that that lateral heel has opened up a lot in the last 2 years to the point where, do you see that dirty spot just in front of it? So that spot, I actually had corium showing through.
Oh yeah, okay.
When it like suddenly just like opened up.
Yep.
And I had to be very attentive to it until something grew in on that corium, and what's there is very thin. It's hard now, but it's really thin. Like I'm very close to the out of doors in that little pocket.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been there too.
But then
But don't neglect the other side. See, the other side of your frog and the other bar on the high side is grown up. You could see the frog growing up that buttress, and you could see your bar growing up that buttress. So all of that growing up that side is pushing that heel forward too. So you also want to make sure that you clean that out to where that heel can come back into place as well, because it kind of looks, from what I'm looking at right now, where it would be more kind of run forward a little bit.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah. Well,
So just making sure they're even. Bar and frog cleaning up the back of the foot is even. So you have it as clean as the right side. Get your bar and frog clean the same if you can.
Okay.
Yeah, and hey, feel free to message me anytime there too. And if I don't answer, it's because I didn't see it. So give me a call. You guys can call me on Facebook, phone messenger,
Okay.
If anybody writes to me or messages me and they don't get an answer, it's only because I didn't see it. Or I did see it and I said, okay, I'll get to that later.
Well, you're a very busy woman.
And well,
And can I share a quick little awesome success story with you, Linda?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay, so I think I've mentioned my sister Tara's navicular horse before.
Yes.
Her expensive show horse, was in shoes. She leased her out, and the people that had her literally put injections in every joint she had, even in the coffin bone. And she had been nerved in the past when she had an abscess in where her navicular bone is. Anyways, they took care of that, and she comes back, and I guess she was lame, so the people were having a hard time keeping her sound, so they sent her back to my sister. So now she's wanting to get rid of her before she goes completely lame, and she had a really bad attitude. But anyway, she had got her radiographs and shod with wedge pads, and and tried to go to show. She was uncomfortable at show and then threw one of those shoes a week later. And mind you, she spent like $375 just to have the fronts done. So
Wow.
she's at the barn wanting me to help her shoe her. And I'm like, I'm not against shoes, but I'm always for another approach. You know what I mean? Because I think I know they can go barefoot. So
Yeah.
I'm like, well, she's already thrown her shoe and she's not completely lame. So I was like, it's wintertime, even though it's not always moist here, why don't we try? And I've trimmed her a few times, and she had the cloud boots with wedge pads in the pasture for a while. And then she got the renegade boots when she was riding in the arena. Anyways, so luckily, like all this happened right after, learning some of to really really trim out the frog and bar when you're trying to unbind these feet. So I was able to apply this on her, and she was actually comfortable amazingly pretty quick, but still needed her cloud boots with the wedge pads. Anyways, we're getting her heels built up. Her frogs are massive and her back of her feet have spread out, and
Good.
she no longer uses her cloud boots in the pasture anymore. And she went to a show barefoot and
Oh,
is
that's
now
great.
riding barefoot. She is moving perfect. Her attitude is better. She's not mean anymore. She's
Oh.
relaxed in the body. I'm
Oh.
telling you, this mare is like completely sound and is doing great. She
Wow,
still
that's
wears the,
awesome.
I know, right? She still wears the
Yeah.
renegade boots when she's on like trail rides.
Uh-huh.
But in the arena and everything, she's been going barefoot, trucking along sound. So,
Well, that's
yay.
awesome.
A navicular horse gone sound.
Yeah, isn't that great? See,
Yeah. So.
uh,
That is really
that,
awesome, Devin.
I know
yeah.
it really is. And honestly, with how bound she was in the back of her feet, even though, my sister always insisted on heels, um, I don't know if learning, because like when I come to Alabama, I was like, I don't even know how to handle this. This is opposite of what I'm used to dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
And, coming back to your site really helped me just learning how to thin out these frogs and bars to help open up the back of the feet. And applying that to her is what has helped her and so many other horses. So
That's awesome.
yay. Thank you for that, Linda.
Yeah, well, hey, it's taken us a long time to really attack those bars. To not to the, some people have overdone that. You know what I mean? Like go taking them down to blood, and kind of know who that might be.
Hey,
But
I think
just,
I've done it before.
yeah, just thinning them down, and releasing them. I know it's really, really helped my horse's feet.
Yeah. Yeah, my horses too. Even my horses that didn't have bad feet, it definitely, I struggled with all of them kind of being more bound after I
Yeah,
moved here, and especially my gilding, and, doing that to all of them has helped.
yeah.
So, yeah, and my new baby horse, I'm applying that to him because
Oh,
I
good.
noticed he gets a little more contracted. He was a little contracted in the back, and I thought, he's young, he's got great feet, but then I'm looking at him, I'm like, yeah, his are contracted too, because you're looking at him even different now. So, just trimming out his bars and frogs, and then with him, he kind of has lots of toe pillars and his toe quarters. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
um, uh, that area of the hoof, he kind of was more wide there. So really addressing and putting, a pretty big notch in that area has really helped kick his heels back and open up the back of his feet and get him more stood up. So yeah. Anyways, just helping everybody all around. So I'm like,
Yeah.
yay, yay. But
Yeah,
I
well,
thought I'd
thank
share
you
that
for
though.
sharing that. Yeah, victories. We always want to hear about good things happening for these horses. And, where you're talking about how she got a bad attitude and stuff like that. Well, who could blame these horses?
Yeah.
They're working in pain all the time.
I know, and
You
I
know,
couldn't believe it when she said they injected every single one of her joints to keep her
yeah,
comfortable and then just ran her in show. Like they were literally just wearing this horse out. I couldn't
yeah,
believe it. Oh,
yeah,
and then, oh, go ahead.
because they don't care.
Yeah, they really don't. It's an item. It's not,
Yeah.
they're disposable to a lot of
Hmm.
people.
They
But
really are just a tool.
you remember that post I sent you a long time ago about Willie? That
Mm,
draft horse that had the really bad side bone and was
okay,
blowing
yeah,
abscesses in his one foot, and I trimmed him a couple times and he went home. Well, he's
yeah,
maintained sound this whole time, and luckily the young kid that they've had trimming him, they pretty much told him, don't touch his heels. So
yeah,
luckily he's kind of in a foundered state, but because they didn't lower his heels. That's why I think he's still sound. But anyways, he came back to the barn, and I seen him, and anyways, I had to trim out a lot of bar and a lot of frog. I took some videos for them to share with the farrier when he goes back home. And then kind of addressed some issues that he had going on in his feet. But yeah, I got to see him again.
Well,
And
good.
he's doing good too. So yay.
Good. That's good to hear. Yeah, it's good to hear when these horses do good. And, you know, I mean, I'm going through a stage of good. You know,
Yeah, I love stages of good.
I'm seeing my dreams come true.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, it's not much to ask for.
No, it's only been what, 18 years to get that wild horse quality foot.
Yeah.
Another year. I mean, the way the back of that foot is erupting and that frog is coming through.
Yeah, I just saw a video you just posted of Valor. And when you picked up his foot and saw that, I was like, oh, yay. And I'm seeing that coming up in a lot of the horses too, where you're actually seeing the frog tissue, stitching in between there. So I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, it's
Hey,
exciting.
Joella, now, are you using a grinder? How are you getting that frog so smooth?
So the foot was really wet, and I was able to just cut that because it was so wet. But otherwise, I do have a hoof boss that I use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good deal. And well, I don't know right this minute. I'm looking at these bulbs. They're looking interesting. Whatever happened here?
Just right there where your arrow was.
Right here?
I'm noticing in the photo a crack right there in the periopal. Like there's a periopal crack right to the right a little bit. Right there.
Yeah.
Is it really dry where you're at?
It is drying out. Yeah. We live in like sort of a deserty environment.
Okay, I got something.
It's been wet. So I'd say it's been dry for about a week and a half.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you what I do to my pony. Just a minute here. What the heck? It's a marathon it. No. Okay, so just a minute. All right, so horrible footbound pony who was pulling me all over the place the other day. So let me go down here. I'll just show you some pictures. I actually did a trim that I'm going to post, did a whole trim on this foot. But, oh gosh. Okay, I'm just going to show you the frog. The frog I started with and the frog I wound up with. So just a second here. Okay. Okay, so it looks kind of like this. Let's see.
I was just going to say while you're looking for the picture, this foot has increased like a shoe size and a half since I started working on it.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that is good. Okay. Because
yeah.
that bulb looks like it's expanded. I mean, it looks further back than the other bulb. Actually.
Yeah. So right now she's in a size 7 scoot boot. So I'm thinking she'll probably end up in like a 9 or 10 maybe someday.
Okay. Okay, so this foot is terrible, horrible bound. But I was never and I've tried to unbind it numerous times, but I never took the frog down enough. And so now I'm learning how to take the frog down more. So let me show you just a minute, kind of where I wound up from there.
Is these pictures after that trim you posted?
Which one? Oh, the
Um,
last one?
yeah.
Yes. This is
Okay.
the
Cool.
other foot. This is
Okay.
the other foot. Okay, so took the foot down to this. Because what happened was, when their feet are contracted, they will really retain sole and get very tall,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and stuff. So took the foot down. Now, when their feet are, you see that's not because you cut into blood. That's because these feet actually, uh, the lamina tears from the inside and the blood will leach to the outside of the hoof wall. So that's not me. All right. Um,
Yeah, it's
it's
very
just,
porous. It's full of tubes. The
yeah,
blood runs right through it.
yeah. Okay, so I had this frog, and just a minute here. And so I started taking it down. First I did it like 3 times. First I took it with the knife and cut it down. And then I took it down to this. Just a minute here. So then I cleaned it up and took it to here. But it was still hard, you know. So then I took and I used the Proxon. And then I used the knife again to get in here. And I couldn't believe how deep it was and how the hardness of the frog that was deep in the collateral groove. So I'll show you a picture of that. Let's see. I think I took a picture of it anyway. Let's see. Yeah, I took, well, maybe this is the same picture. I don't know. Pretty close to the same picture, but way down deep in here was very, very, very deep and very, very, very hard frog. So many times I just take these frogs down to where it looked kind of like this, but never go further. And remember that the foot is bent, so the frog is bent too. So that frog's going to be bent deep up into the foot. So I took the knife and took out along the sides here and went pretty deep into the collateral grooves. And now, once you start trimming that frog out, then you can really start see the binding. You can see how the bulbs are curled clear into here. See? And then the frog grows and it just holds it all there. Now, the good thing I have going on is that I have a nice tight white line in the toe and no more laminar stretching in the toe, which I'm happy about. As I've been, see, because it was bound more than this. Okay. And so, but I would never take enough frog. But kind of doing Valor, like back and forth from Pony to Valor, I learned one thing that helps with the other, you know. So doing his frogs and I'm binding his feet and understanding more about that is helping me understand more about hers, because her little feet just compress into these little units, and then they're all covered up with frog and periopal and everything else, and you really don't even know what's going on there. But what's being revealed is that the feet are bound, which I knew that, but then being able to really see it and understand it, and then try and figure out, well, how do I get that unbound? So, just a minute here. So, let's see here.
Yeah, and that bar and frog and sole and everything will fill right up and make it look flat. And from the bottom, it'll almost look normal.
Yeah.
So a lot of people look at the foot and they're like, I just don't know what to do. And a lot of people that, farriers, they don't want to touch the sole.
Yep.
So a lot of this never gets addressed and it just gets worse.
Okay, hold on a second because I've lost myself.
But then you dig it out like that, and it's like, look at how much more anatomically correct that frog looks.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Okay, so that was yesterday. I've lost some pictures I wanted to show you. This is, oh, no, go away. Just a minute. I gotta go to Google Photos. That's where they're at because I took them on my. I'm looking on. When was this? Just a minute. Oh my goodness, this is even the same trim. This is from 224. Okay, that's how screwed up I am. Okay, so this is from 224. So this was taken from the camera, but the photos I was looking for were taken from my phone, and they're on Google Photos. So hold on a second. Duh. All right, let's see. Photos. Ah, and I'm there. Okay, just a second here. Okay, my dog is sitting on my bed doing that irpy thing to where you think they're gonna puke. Get down. Come here. Get down if you're gonna do that. Don't you hate that? Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, hold on here a second. Quit! Get down! Sorry about that. Get off my bed. Right. Please. You better not throw up on my bed. Sorry about that. Like nobody's ever been through that, right? Like, hey, do that outside. Okay, so here we go. Trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Don't you do it. Get down. Just a minute. Okay. Let's see here. Well, heck, we'll just go through it here. Just a minute here. Share. Okay, so I had not been able to do this foot for a while due to different reasons, but I had trimmed the other one, and so I thought, well, I'm going to trim this foot, and then I'm going to take pictures and everything else. So let's see here. So that's what I started with. Let's see. And so, you know, basically just starting to clean it up a little bit there with the knife. See, dealing with, wait a minute, is this a front foot? Well, I'm in a front foot. I wanted to show you a back foot. So just hold on. Wait a minute. Doop, doop, doop. Hold on.
Linda?
Yeah.
I'm going to watch the rest of this later. I'm actually just going to go trim my horse's foot because I just want to do it. So
yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Thank you very much to
yeah,
you.
Nobody has to stay for sure.
No,
just
thank you very much. I just want to go do what you guys told me to do. So I'm just going to go do it.
You go do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I got to find this foot. Just a minute. Okay. Let's see. How do I get out of here? Okay. That was a different trim. Hold on. That was way long time ago. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Where am I at here? So I probably don't have all the pictures I need for this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find them. Okay, well, anyway, I'm going to show you this, though, that I did. Okay, so I'll show you what the frog looks like because it looked pretty much like what you just saw, but I have recorded this whole trim so that you can see it. So I trimmed this out, trimmed the frog down, and I also notched the foot, and then I put a boot on it. So I wanted to show you the boot that I made for the foot. Now the heel is really sidewall. It's not the true heel, so it's left very high so that she is not tempted to get the bulbs curling back in. Because if you lower the hairline, they want to curl the heels in, and it curls the bulbs, the heel, everything in. So let's see here. So where are we at here? Share. Okay, I'm there. Okay, so I'm going to turn this photo around. It says rotate because I'm in Google Photos. Okay, so here you can see where her bulbs are curled into. Let me do an annotate here. So her bulbs curl in clear like this, like that. And when this is all happening, people don't even know it's going on. These bulbs should be, first of all, up behind the foot and clear over here, like this. Okay, so all right, so here is okay, here's the frog lip right here. The frog should go like this. See, on both sides. The frog corium should be like that. Okay, and then you would have this area in here where your frog stay grows, and up behind the foot. Let's see. But instead, that frog's pulled clear under the foot, clear into here. And the frog stay is here instead of way up behind where it's supposed to be. So all of this is pulled, forced forward, including the apex of the frog here. Everything, bars, the bars, no telling where they're at. Let's see here. So now, I was telling you, when you get to the end, now if you look over here at this piece of frog, you can see how dark and black it is because it was buried very deep in the foot, the black. So it's very old frog, very petrified. And so if you don't get that out or thinned out, your frog and your bulbs and none of this foot is going to move anywhere. So I tried to take out as much of this as I could, and taking out and bringing down frog as much as possible without getting so like you're pretty close when you're here. You're at the innermost layer, and it is telling you where you're at. Now, here, what I did was, it was solid. And so I took a scalpel and because it's very deep and very hard. So I just took a scalpel and I just put a slit right there. And that's in frog. It's in hard frog. That's why it's so black, because all of this distortion has been that way for so long. It is so deep in the foot that it has frog growth, has frog that's not even really growing in a lot of ways. It's just really hard and old. And I have pictures of the slice of a hoof where the foot was so bent under and there was such an old dead piece of frog uh, bent way up into the foot. And so as long as that old dead hard frog is there, that foot is never going to move. So I take out as much as I can, especially around the apex, and then any dark hard frog. And then I try and open this up a little bit so that when the horse walks, it will spread out, because we want all this to spread out and widen up and pull this whole butt frog and these bulbs and everything back to where they're supposed to be. And of course, I really thin down the bar wall so that it's not holding all this too. Because what happens is the whole foot deforms, the bar grows, the frog grows, everything grows and binds it and holds it right where it is. Okay, so let me go. Now I'll show you the boot that I made. So hold on here. Let's see here. I know it's here somewhere. Oops, up here. Well, why am I losing stuff here? Oh, because I'm in the wrong pictures. I'm not on Google Photos. I need to close this out. Hold on. Okay. So, okay, so I took the frog down to there. Let's see. Yep, down to there. Let's see. Am I sharing? Share. Which? Google Photos. Okay, there we go. And then I make a boot so that the foot stays wet all of the time. And so this time make my little boot. Let's see. Okay. What the heck? Wait a minute. Okay. So I have little socks that I buy. So I bought 2 socks and I put the two little baby socks that are pretty thick on the foot like so. And then I put a bag over it like so, Ziploc bag, and cut off the top because I don't have any boots for this. Okay. And then take a piece of duct tape, turn over the edge. And this, I'm going to fill it with this stuff here and see how much water I put in there. A lot of water because I want to saturate that foot because I want to saturate that frog in that periopal. Because as we were talking at the first of this 6 hours ago, okay, you want that all to move. And if you notice on my horse, it's been wet here and the frog and everything has just expanded. So that's what I'm wanting. So I put that on them. Then I take another sock. I buy socks. And of course, you could use your old socks. And then I put that over it like that. And then I make me a duct tape thing like this. Let's see. With a hole. And then I do these cuts. And I make a duct tape boot like so. I put another piece of duct tape around there. And then I double the sock back over it. And then that'll last a week or 2 even. It'll last a good long time and it will keep the foot wet the whole time. So anyway, yeah.
Well,
So
it's too bad that girl just left because that probably would have benefited her horse too.
yeah, well, I'll share it with her
Okay.
because in order to get any real change in that foot, she's gonna have to soak it.
Yeah.
And
I
I
know
have
it's
found,
raining here and I love it.
oh gosh, yeah. And I have found you can soak these feet for a month. It don't hurt them at all. You can keep them wet perpetually.
Yeah, well, the
Then,
horses in Washington, it rains 9 months out of the year. They're
yeah,
standing in mud puddles the whole time.
there you go. Yeah, that it's actually beneficial for helping these feet expand and move and grow. Everything grows better. Uh, so anyway, so hopefully with what we're learning and what I know now, I will be able to finally unbind poor Jackie's feet, and she will be running again. As it is, she outwalks me. I have some really good videos that I took the other day where she's pulling me all over the place and stuff. But because her feet are bound the way they are, she doesn't run, if you know what I mean. It's difficult for her to run, but she gets along good and she walks good. And it's just the mechanical issue of the feet kind of prevents it. I don't know how to explain it. But anyway, this is where I'm at in my journey. And well, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening here in the next couple of months, I tell you. So anyway, anybody have anything else they want to say? Except, can we get out of here now?
Thank you, Linda.
Well, you're welcome. And hey, thanks for coming. Hey, we'll be talking to y'all this week.
Thanks,
Thank you, Linda.
Okay, bye, folks.
Bye.
Bye.
This is the longest one ever.
They're all long.
Oh my God, they are, aren't they?
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Stop share. Let's see. Now, how to get out of here.